Let me make sure this is in footage. That's perfect. Nice, nice, nice. Let me keep up with chats. I already have it all layered out too. So I'm really getting deep into it. I'll probably be up all night doing this shit. But I have to. Let me make sure chat is working. Subscribe. Make sure it's working. I'm on C Team for Life right now because I'm reacting to some of the part of that. Okay. Usually I wake up into it. Open Studio. What is this? Connect streaming software to go live. Yeah, there's already a stream. Okay. Like I'm just hopping right into streaming, bro. I'm not wasting no time. Yeah, I also have no fucking choice as well. Okay. Let's see here. Heard you were smooching with my brother. Oh my gosh. Bro, I just planned out. Hold on, I'm about to show you this. I literally just planned out how many videos. Bro, do you see this, bro? Like, I just planned out all these videos. I'm going to have to sit here and react to every single video to plan out this whole week because I usually don't. I'm not taking a hiatus of not having shit posted for a week. Hell no. That time period is over now. So, I'm just jump right into it. Most of it is Fallout related too. But I have no choice. I have to do it. But what is up, Eco? What is going on, man?
Fallout is mostly seen as a Nowadays, Fallout is mostly seen as a game franchise where you find the ruins of a retro-futuristic America.
I can't do Cyberpunk today. Like I was thinking about it, but I'm gonna have to wait till I get back because, or I might play it before I go to the beach, but I can't do it right now because I have to plan out a whole week of videos. Like there's no way I could play it. I couldn't play any game and react to like 24 videos. I have like 8 days, 9 days out. So I'm like, fuck, I gotta get through all these before I even think about doing any of that.
Turn modern day Detroit. Except the only rap you'll be listening to here is the Ink Spots. The only lean you'll be sipping on is Nuka-Cola and urinal water. And the only ops you'll be slotting on are Shrek and a bunch of hooligans dressed up in BDSM gear trying to pose as raiders, who get bullied by whatever the fuck this gun is supposed to be and your built-in aimbot.
This motherfucker don't miss.
Until of course your lore-friendly mods causes the game to crash and an hour of precious gameplay to be deleted. So overall, 1,000 times more happy and colorful than any post-apocalyptic game set in Eastern Europe. But you see, my friend, a long time ago,
Where's that
a time
from?
so long ago that your local Blockbuster wasn't a mattress hub. A time so long.
Damn, that is crazy relatable. Holy shit. Every single movie theater I've ever known has turned into like either a storage complex or like a mattress area. That's crazy as fuck.
Ago that I, and probably a good amount of people watching this, were merely an uncomfortable itch in our father's nutsacks. During this time, Fallout was same, but different. You didn't start the game off in your power fantasy, carrying Deathclaws in 2 with your minigun. You started off the game with a character who could barely hit a rat directly in front of him.
This motherfucker miss.
You didn't get your 50s music to rock out to, only this creepy ass ambient music to remind you what environment you're in. You didn't get your wacky gun made during wood carving class, or your World War I machine gun labeled as an assault rifle. You got realistic looking weapons.
I'm not gonna lie, I might just
For
play
the most
Fallout 1
part,
after
there was
this.
still definitely some goofy shit in there. You didn't get to explore the remains of super retro futuristic cities and buildings with tons of colors and curves and unique shapes. Instead, The cities are scattered across the masses of vast desert and are these husks of concrete with creepy ass faces and statues on them. The ghouls don't just look like Deadpool missing a nose, with their cute little beady black eyes. Yeah, wow. No wonder people don't let you guys into their settlements. Holy shit. But more important than all of this, you were able to shoot kids. Look, I'm far from the first person to talk about how dark and scary the first Fallout games are. Nor am I the first person to talk about how Todd Howard has no idea what Fallout is. You know, maybe Todd should have just stuck to the chess club. I'm kidding, Todd, I love you. In this video, I want to give a deep dive into the change of art style throughout the different Fallout games, and how the art style in the early games built an unforgiving and bleak atmosphere in a destroyed world, while the newer art style builds a more wacky, post-apocalyptic, and overly retro-futuristic world. Fallout 1 would start its humble beginnings at Interplay Studios, a company which has now been so utterly defeated from bankruptcy that their last new game was made in 2012. But they did leave off with a banger, Stonekeep, Bone of the Ancestors. Ignore that it's not rated on Google or Metacritic. I'm sure it's just because everyone's too busy playing it. In 1994, a programmer at Interplay by the name of Tim Kaine got a small team together by emailing the company if they wanted to show up for pizza. Because he wasn't actually allowed to ask people to join his team. At first, all Tim Kaine had was an engine, so the team had to think of a setting. Ideas like aliens and time travel were tossed around, but eventually, the team settled on post-apocalyptic, with inspirations from Mad Max and a boy and his dog. One of the most pivotal people for the development of Fallout's art style, into something that would stick, is art director Leonard Boyarsky. So after settling on a post-apocalyptic setting, the team were just going to make a Mad Max-style RPG game. It wasn't until one fateful drive from work, where Leonard had a vision. Perhaps the right neurons just shot at the right time, or perhaps some old 50s music was playing on the radio, or maybe a third party, from the future, took their opportunity to send a message and set the wheels of fate into motion to ensure his empire. Either way, when Leonard returned to work the next day, he suggested that they put a 1950s spin on the game, which made Fallout into the game that it was, and into the franchise that it is now. For better or for worse. The retro-futuristic movie, Forbidden Planet, which is technically just a futuristic movie because it was made in the 1950s, would be used as a reference to the art staff, to show them how to design any technology in Fallout. For example, things like the robots, or laser guns. It may surprise you though, that another influence for the art staff is a lesser-known box office bomb, City of Lost Children. So much so, that the art staff would have it on repeat in their office, taking inspiration from the steam-powered tech
That is
and dials
crazy.
in the film.
That literally looks just like
You
it.
can see the Ockler on the T-51 power armor is based on these Ocklers in the film. The dark, grungy atmosphere in this film might have also been an early influence for Fallout cities. So early Fallout for sure had its 1950s style in many places. But what makes old Fallout's art style different from the newer art style is that this approach was more nuanced. A great way to explain it is that early Fallout didn't take place in a world that looks like how people in the 50s would imagine the future, but instead takes place in a world that has advanced to the future with some stylistic remnants of the 50s. I mean hell, most of the armors made for Fallout 1 were made before the 50s style was even brought up, and I wouldn't be surprised if the same applied for some of the guns. Fallout 2 would release a year later after the original in 1998 and follow these footsteps, even with key figures like Tim Kaine, Leonard Boyarsky, and Jason Anderson leaving the project to form Troika Games. Now, Fallout 1 and 2 were dark.
You have died.
No, like literally. The most used colors are browns and grays, which makes sense seeing the world was literally nuked.
War never changes.
Like I mentioned earlier, the older Fallout buildings were often made of mostly concrete, adorned with these faces and statues, overall having an Art Deco style to them. This style could be seen in places like the Cathedral, Necropolis, the Hub, this random intro city, and the Enclave oil rig, where they even put the faces on the pipes. Art Deco is an interesting style choice for Fallout, because it was on its way out the door by the 1950s, and was mostly present in the 20s and 30s with buildings like the Chrysler and Empire State Building in New York City. Art Deco is described as a style that represents luxury, glamour, and the progress of technology, which really adds a layer of depressing irony when used on a society that got sent back to the Stone Age, with these buildings serving as a reminder of what once was. This architecture also gives off a good authoritarian vibe, with these statues and faces on these dark opposing structures, as if this powerful government was always watching. And if you know anything about the lore, you know it still is.
The President of the United fucking States of America.
Early Fallout had its fair share of goofy weapons that looked like they were pulled from the COD Zombies mystery box. But these wacky retro-futuristic weapons were mostly energy weapons, so it's to be expected. The weapons that shoot actual bullets tend to look more realistic, with most of them being based on real-life weapon designs. Some of these designs even being modern, which is crazy. Like, imagine seeing a P90 in current Fallout. A few of these guns were also real-life experimental weapons, like the G11, that give off this sci-fi feel while still feeling grounded. Lastly, I wanted to talk about the iconic talking heads, which, similar to the models in Doom, were sculpted from clay, with what would be an 8-month process for each head.
Crazy.
These models are definitely a bit uncanny, along with all the other 90s era graphics in this game.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
But these hand-sculpted models also add charm to the characters that were deemed special enough to have one. And with characters like Seth the Ghoul, the Super Mutants, Frank Corrigan, and the Master, the uncanny 90s graphics play into their favor, along with their amazing designs. Seth the Ghoul looks like somebody in the process of falling apart, with an eyeball and eyelids missing and skin peeling off. And the Super Mutants look like intimidating beasts, but still vaguely human, with straps needed to hold up their oversized lips. All these art style choices I mentioned about Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 come together perfectly, with elements like the music that sounds like the echoes of the dead, the death screens of your skeleton laid bare across the desert, the brutal death animations, and the overall dark themes like how a fat crime lord is better for a town than the literal sheriff, to create a bleak and unforgiving atmosphere of a once dominant society completely robbed of life by a nuclear apocalypse, with what's left of civilization having to survive this harsh environment and maybe even build something new from the ashes.
That's crazy.
The year is 2004, and Interplay is broke. The last two Fallout games, being Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, weren't very popular, with Brotherhood of Steel especially being a stinker. And they couldn't just make Fallout 3, well, because
And there's no money in here!
So they
That's
auctioned out the
crazy.
rights for Bethesda to make 3 Fallout games, but they ended up selling the whole rights in 2006, and the game that would come out of Bethesda's development was Fallout 3. Now, as many of you likely know, Bethesda's vision of Fallout would be different. The franchise was 3D now, and made for a bigger audience, therefore it had more hand-holding and less vaporizing children, even when it was desperately needed.
Don't take another step, or we'll blow your fucking head.
The game was far less unforgiving, with real-time combat instead of turn-based combat, perks every level instead of every 3, quest markers instead of having to figure out where to go,
Where the fuck am I, bro? What the fuck, Apple Maps? Nah, bro, fuck Apple Maps, bro. What the fuck?
and a million of other ways that I couldn't even begin to get into. But even though Fallout 3 was catered towards a larger audience, the style of the original games were brought into the 3D world fairly accurately. Starting with the guns, overall most of the non-energy weapons would still be based on or heavily inspired by real-life weapons, like the classic games. The only difference this time is all these guns would be solely based off designs from the 60s and before to fit a stronger 50s aesthetic, with the only exceptions being the 10mm pistol, sorta, looking like a Desert Eagle, and the 10mm SMG, kinda, looking like this modern SMG prototype. So, no guns like the P90 in this game. Also,
Damn.
guns like the rocket launcher and the minigun were replaced for more fictional looking alternatives. In terms of architecture, Fallout 3 would remain mostly faithful to Fallout 1 and 2, with dark buildings and Art Deco, complete with faces and statues. But there would be more variety, like Streamline Modern, a style of Art Deco, Googie, a style influenced by cars, jets, and the space age, and Brutalism, which fits the capital of Fallout's government nicely. Oh, and can't forget there's actual houses here now too. Also, the vaults would be mostly faithful to the original games, just with more detail and the use of concrete for a lot of the interior, instead of just a bluish metal. And lastly, pretty much everything from the armors to the creatures and robots, and down to the Nuka-Cola bottles were redesigned, which makes sense when you have a completely different team adapting an isometric franchise with sprites to 3D and having it take place on the other side of the country. The vault suits were no longer skin tight, but are now baggy with a belt and washed out colors, as if they were passed down through multiple generations. The ghouls don't look quite as terrifying as before, and no longer call you a normie, but they still retain many aspects that made them scary, like the missing nose and having their skin rotting away to reveal exposed muscle and nerves. The Pip-Boy is mounted to your wrist now, no longer looking like it was pulled out the trash, and is also missing the Cool 50s vacuum tubes. The laser gun and pistol now have this iconic, green, rectangular battery look to them, instead of just looking like normal guns with extra flair. And lastly, this one isn't super important, but the mole rats in the last game were just fat rats, but now they're naked mole rats, which aren't even native to America. This game's a 1 out of 10 now. Now there's one artist who can be credited behind all these redesigns and behind the overall art style of Fallout 3, and that person is Adam Adamowicz. Adam would be the sole concept artist behind Fallout 3 and be responsible for bringing the original games into a 3D form, making something both unique but still very much understanding and capturing the gritty spirit of the older games in a way that will likely never be able to be replicated. Adam's amazing artwork with this cold metallic vibe filled with pipes, tubes, wires, and ridges is a huge part of what brought the dark and gray atmosphere of Fallout 3 to life, an atmosphere that people will cite as one of this game's best aspects. Fallout 3 would further push the 50s style of the original games in ways I've already mentioned, like using mostly firearms from the 50s time period, as well as using more architectural styles that were popular around the 50s. But these guns and buildings are still fairly realistic and grounded, instead of being completely fictional designs. Another reason for the franchise seemingly being more 50s and retro-futuristic
I feel like you need to
is
play
because it was
Fallout
now
1 and
3D,
2.
instead of being from a top-down point of view.
Yeah, I need to play Fallout 1 and 2. I'm going to download, if I had to play any games on my PC, it would be Fallout 1 and 2, and then also Kenshi. I need to see what other games I get on my PC, because I think I could run those on my PC for sure. I just couldn't play a big game on my PC at all, like Starfield.
Meaning many props, like the retro-futuristic cars, classic glass soda bottles, old-school antenna TVs, and 50s billboards that would normally be missed are now constantly visible and shaping your perception of the world. So, overall, when it comes to art style, Fallout 3 would succeed at updating and improving the look.
It doesn't feel like there's as much exploration in the game. Like, I will go scout an entire area around a mission and find nothing. That's the thing about Fallout 4 is that I sometimes feel like it's just too much going on at once. Like, I can't even get done with the mission. Like, it takes me so long to do a mission because everyone respawns. I have to kill everybody over and over again. And I find a new location. I got to explore a new location. And just, like, it takes up so much fucking time. I don't even get done with one mission a goddamn episode, bro.
So the original games, while also taking creative liberties and making something new but still familiar. Now I know some of you may be asking, what about Fallout New Vegas? Look, New Vegas is my favorite Fallout game too.
That is
It was made in 18 months. Obsidian pretty much.
That is a crazy skin.
Now I know some of you may be asking, what about Fallout New Vegas? Look, New Vegas is my favorite Fallout game too, but it was made in 18 months. Obsidian pretty much had a speedrun game development, so there wasn't much room for changing what was already established in Fallout 3. Only thing notable I can bring up is there's a lot of modern guns again, like the classic games, even having a modern M4 looking assault rifle. Anyways, on to the main topic. Bethesda would start early production on Fallout 4 just a year after Fallout 3, in 2009, but unfortunately, a year before full production would start.
Hell yeah, Gray, that's what's up. I have like 24 videos loaded in right now, and I'm in my first video right now. Most of these videos are not 18 minutes long, but I have to schedule out basically my whole next week. That's why I realized like I had to put everything down. I couldn't even play a game today. That's why I just called it Chaz Wall Reacts, because I couldn't play Cyberpunk or Fallout today. There's no way I could without fucking not reacting, because I'm going to have videos posted every day of the week. I'm not, that's the one thing I'm not letting up for sure is videos every day. Because like that was the one aspect that I feel like I let go of whenever I went to start working and doing other things. That's what's up though, man. Today is my last stream until next week. I have to see what I could do tomorrow. I might hop into Cyberpunk just for the fuck of it.
Adam Adamowicz would pass away due to complications of lung cancer on February 9th, 2012. Adam's passing would inevitably shift the art style of Fallout 4, and oh boy, did it change a lot. The dark, gritty color palette of the old games are gone, instead being replaced by nice blue sky with bright cars and buildings. Speaking of the buildings, the main Boston area is covered in these ridiculous colorful metal skyscrapers that don't resemble anything in our real world.
That's
The
all
realistic
good,
wooden
just
houses
glad I
of
got to
Fallout
see it
3
before you
are now
leave
replaced
vacation.
by these steel
Hell
homes.
yeah.
Exaggerations of an actual real type
You'll see what I'm talking about once I
prefabricated
leave
house
out of this
that was
screen.
only in production
You'll see it.
for
It's a
3
lot.
years. The cars take inspiration from already ridiculous 50s prototypes and pushes them further to be somehow even more retro future with even more curves. This is what cars all the way back in Fallout 1 and 2 looked like for a reference. When it comes to guns, there's a far lower amount of actual real guns in this game in comparison to other Fallout games. The 10mm pistol was made to be huge, not even resembling any actual real guns anymore. The assault rifle was changed to be based off a World War I machine gun, with the second closest thing to an assault rifle being based on a World War II Soviet submachine gun. And when it comes to modern weapons, the most modern real-life gun in this game is a bolt-action rifle made in 1962. Pretty much everything was redesigned yet again, from the props to the creatures. The Nuka-Cola bottles now have this ridiculous rocket shape to them. The vertebrates are now fat and more sleek and curved. The ghouls have lost all of what originally made them creepy, instead looking like old burn victims with puppy eyes.
Yeah.
And the super mutants just look like big buff green men instead of actual mutated beasts, and are missing their massive shoulders. So overall, pretty much everything was made to look absurdly retro futuristic. The nuance that existed in the previous games is completely gone, with everything looking fictional. The retrofuturism is now all-encompassing, making this once dark and bleak franchise that properly displayed the horrors of a nuclear apocalypse into a bright and cartoony post-nuclear playground. Now, why did Bethesda choose to go towards this direction with the art style? Maybe Bethesda's art team didn't want to disrespect Adam by copying and making a worse version of his art style, instead choosing to try something different while still keeping some of his great designs. This is a fair reason, but Adam's artwork for Fallout 3 was already his own interpretation of the original 2D games. So, nothing was really stopping the new art team from going back to the starting point and making their very own interpretations of the OG games. Hell, that's actually what they did for things like the Vault suits, taking inspiration from the classic game's Vault suits and making the new ones brighter and tighter like they used to be. In my opinion, the real reason Bethesda changed the art style was in order to make Fallout both stick out more and look more unique. Before, you could look at the Fallout games and call them Mad Max simulators and, I don't know, gray building simulators, and while obviously there's way more to it than that if you actually play the games, you can't really blame someone for getting that immediate first impression. With this art style though, Fallout sticks out way more, with brighter colors and wackier retro future designs, setting it apart even further from other post-apocalyptic works. And this change has been partnered with the unfortunate side effect of the overall tone of the current games being far more lighthearted, rather than being the bleak and more realistic nuclear wastelands of before. So, maybe war never changes, but Fallout's art style sure did. So yeah, oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Look, you probably thought I was some big Fallout expert, but this was actually all a ruse. A game rigged from the start. See, I've never actually played more than a couple hours of the most important entry, being Fallout 76. But alas, I've seen enough gameplay from Ninja, Logic, and Rick and Morty to get the picture. It's pretty much the same as Fallout 4, just in Appalachia. Same goes for the TV show, which I have actually seen. So yeah, that's it. What do you think? Are old Fallout fans just crybabies who can't let go? Or has the newer art style regressed? Leave your thoughts below, and thank you for making it all the way to the end. Peace.
Interesting. Okay, next video. This is what I'm talking about right here, though. Like, there is a lot of videos to go through. A lot.
Something else. The Fantastic Four movies are something else. We got one in 2005 and then another one in 2007. Yeah, they both suck, by the way. But don't worry, okay? They also happen to be the only time we got to see Silver Surfer in live action. Yes, the nonchalant king, the OG Aura farmer, naked Silver Man with a surfboard. Now, Fantastic Four: Rise of Silver Surfer is definitely better than the first film. Not that that's a high bar to reach, but it actually surprisingly has Silver Surfer being written pretty good. But anyways, this movie starts out and we get a shot of tourists in Egypt. But randomly, snow comes falling down, alright? But you may be asking, why is it snowing? That is a good question, because Egypt doesn't get any snow. Wait, I had to fact check that real quick. I'm a little bit wrong on that one. But still, a random breeze of snow. By what? Oh yeah, that's right. Silver Surfer. Yep, and guess what? You can't even see him. He's like a ball of lightning zooming through the sky. And that's not it. He comes to the States and shuts down the power. This movie wasted no time, okay? His aura is already unmatched and we can't even see him. I mean, it's literally blowing in these people's faces. Even Shay has competition now. Ref, do something. But now we see the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards and Sue Storm are getting married, except Johnny tells Reed, hey man, you should have a bachelor party. And of course, Reed is like, nah, you gotta stay loyal. But he's peer pressured anyways. Alright, so it doesn't matter. For the smartest man in the Marvel universe, you would think he would be smart enough not to pop out at a bachelor party like a day before his wedding. But it's okay, whatever. Because we get this silly, epic dance scene. I actually think this scene is pretty awesome. But he gets caught anyways because these military people ask Sue Storm, hey, your husband is like super smart or whatever. And there's this big ball of lightning flying through the earth and we just really need him. And somehow she finds him. What? This movie didn't even bother explaining why she just happened to know where her husband is. Like, yeah, the smartest man in the world. Where could he possibly be? Studying? Nope, definitely not. He's definitely getting freaky at a bachelor party. Anyways, it doesn't matter because she's not even that mad.
It was nothing compared to what I did at my bachelorette party.
Yeah, go ahead and cancel the wedding, Reed. Yeah, call it off. Oh yeah, by the way, Reed tells the military people to basically screw off because he wants to enjoy his wedding with his wife. But it's all an act because this man got straight to working behind Sue's back. But it's a day later, we're at the wedding now. The city of New York is going crazy. It's so funny too because the whole city is more excited about this wedding than they are. Ever since the first movie branched off of Sue being upset that Reed wasn't dominant enough and that he wasn't taking the lead as a true man in their past relationships, these movies made no effort to actually fix that issue that she had. So their marriage just feels like an obligation now, especially by the end of the first movie, because we have to keep going with the story, okay? We have to let the viewers know, hey, Reed and Sue are a couple. It's taken us this long, but yeah, they're a couple, guys. The issue doesn't even get solved by the end of the first movie, and she's just like, yeah, screw it. Anyways, it's canon for us to get married, Reed. We have to get married. So yeah, the ick Sue had with Reed doesn't really change at all. It doesn't even happen until the middle of the movie for like a brief moment, which I'll get into later. These movies are all like 90 minutes long. I swear, I think if these movies genuinely had more time to work with their relationship, it easily could have made more sense, but that's besides the point. Because a freaking helicopter crashes their wedding because Silver Surfer takes the power out of it. And yeah, let the tears out. I can't blame you. And now Johnny has to chase Silver Surfer through New York. And mind you, we still haven't even seen Silver Surfer yet, okay? He goes through the building and comes out like this. Full swag. I literally feel the aura coming out of my screen. You cannot tell me this isn't the coolest and toughest hero introduction in a movie ever.
Oh, that is cool.
Silver Surfer continues to be chased, and we get yet another cool moment in the underground freeway. Okay, he pulls out one of these. I'm telling you, this is the definition of aura farming. He knows in his right mind he has no reason to be doing all that. You don't gotta go upside down and stare at Johnny. You don't have to do that, but it's okay. He's Silver Surfer. He can do what he wants. This man is showboating with swag. Silver Surfer, he gets fed up though, man, and he's just like, yeah, he manhandles Johnny Storm, sends him to space, sucks the fire out of him, and throws him back to Earth. At least he's good, right? No, because for some reason, Silver Surfer touched him, and it causes him to swap powers with the rest of the Fantastic Four. Alright, cool. But it's not cool when you remember, this movie is 90 minutes long. Alright, we have a short amount of time here. With those 90 minutes, what? Maybe we're gonna flesh out Reed and Sue's relationship issues, and make their marriage make sense. Or maybe give us a reason to understand why you need to have Doctor Doom in this movie. Or even just simply give us scenes to witness Silver Surfer's internal conflict on why he's obligated to wreak havoc. No. It makes us watch the Fantastic Four dilly-dally with each other's powers. This movie is dumb fun. I can't even be mad. Just look at this. So yeah, speaking of Doctor Doom, he is back in this movie, by the way, and he's an absolute joke, just like he was in the first one. He sees Silver Surfer and is like, yo, bro, we could like totally take over the world or something, which has to be like the laziest way to incorporate Doctor Doom back into this movie. Mediocre can't even describe these villain motives. This is below lazy. He doesn't even have a reason on why he wants to take over the world. He's literally just like,
Mwahaha. I'm a bad guy villain. I'm supposed to be bad. I want to be better than Reed Richards.
anyways, it's all good, because my GOAT Silver Surfer shuts him up anyways. Fast forward, the military group leader, I don't know his name. Military group leader is his name. He teams up with Doctor Doom, and he convinces the Fantastic Four to trust him, because in his encounter, he came to the conclusion that Silver Surfer is useless without his board. So now they're on a mission, and that military group leader is like, yo, by the way, I'm bossing over all you guys now. And Reed is like, nah, bro. Remember how I mentioned we got a brief moment of Reed displaying the character Sue wanted? Yeah, he sticks up for himself and is like, who do you think you're talking to? I'm the smartest man alive. My girl is beautiful, and you are the one who needs my help, boy. So show me some respect and do what I tell you. And he just walks off and he's like, yeah, you got it, bro. You got it.
I'm so hot for you right now.
Me too. So Silver Surfer, he comes back. He's coming back in swag. He's coming back so tough. He's so tough. And Sue says, why are you destroying our planet? And he's like, I got no choice, man. I got no choice. And then he just casually absorbs a missile in his surfboard.
That is
so
crazy.
tough. This is so tough. But as Silver Surfer is moving around, dodging bullets, he's going crazy. Reed sets off this machine that disconnects Silver Surfer from his board. And now, Silver Surfer's in aura debt. I'm talking, he is in the negative balance of aura. He lost his metallic shade, man, and everything. Now clearly, Silver Surfer is nowhere near useless without his board. Like, he can literally make a new one with his power cosmic, with his own mind, with his own will. And it's not like he can't fly without it. So I was always confused why this movie made it seem like he was nothing without it. But to be honest, I don't even know if I can say I'm mad about it. For as bad as this movie is, once again, I think Silver Surfer is actually portrayed uniquely well in this movie. I think the metaphor of his loss of power equaling a loss of shine uses the casual depowering trope of superheroes in a pretty cool and unique and symbolic way to the movie. But anyways, they got my GOAT locked up and Sue tries to free him, and this is where he explains his reasoning, alright? He says,
Galactus is coming soon. You are going to die. You have a couple hours left.
he actually says this, by the way. He's like they have a couple hours left. But Galactus, whoa, that's a buzzword. Whoa, I heard Galactus. Oh, cool, this means we're gonna get to see him be big and be a giant man, right? No, he's just a cloud. This is worse than unlocking Galactus on Lego Marvel Superheroes and finding out you can't even use him in giant size. It gets worse. Doctor Doom, he Doctor Doom, why is he in this movie? Doctor Doom steals Silver Surfer's board and he cooks the military leader. You would think this man, Doctor Doom, was a part of the cartel. Why did you do that?
Crazy.
But they just get past it. Even Reed Richards is like, well. So anyways, they free Silver Surfer, and in the process, they have to fight Doctor Doom now. Yeah, forget about Galactus. There's like 10 minutes left of this movie, I kid you not. But yeah, Doctor Doom, he's on a surfboard, boy. I guess they were just trying to get a cool comic adaptation with this, but it's just so goofy when you remember who this guy is, who the Doctor Doom of these Fantastic Four movies are. He's just goofing around. He just wants the surfboard to look cool. Let's be real. Doctor Doom, he got sick of the fight. He throws a metal pipe at Silver Surfer, and Sue Storm, she steps in and saves him. Anyways, remember the whole goofy power swapping thing? Well, guess what, guys? It's actually useful now, because Johnny, he takes down Doctor Doom, who has no reason being here once again. He separates Doctor Doom from the board. Sue Storm is over here dying out, and Silver Surfer, he finally gets the board back, and he stunts on him. Forget about Sue Storm. I need to aura farm real quick.
Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Yeah, that's a joke. He does heal her. Mind you, 5 minutes left. I kind of forgot that the Cloud Galactus situation is still going on in this movie. After you made me watch Doctor Doom turn into a maniac. He's literally a man-child. But anyways, yeah, we gotta resolve it. So boom, Silver Surfer goes and sacrifices himself to destroy the cloud of Galactus with a massive burst of cosmic energy. So Silver Surfer, he saves the day. Reed and Sue, they finally get married. But wait, Silver Surfer is still alive, guys. The aura, once again, unmatched here. Anyways, as silly as this movie is, it's definitely watchable. It's definitely stupidly fun. Hopefully this new Fantastic Four movie that's coming out can do justice the Fantastic Four deserves, because they are honestly a very cool group. And you know what? Maybe Shala Ball will be cool. Not that I'm that excited for her. I definitely wanted to see Norrin Rad, but she's comic actress. Bro, you did not care about Shala Ball ever. She's not that interesting. But it's okay, guys. I've described before, I do believe that the MCU can make pretty boring and basic characters pretty cool. So I'm actually looking forward to see what they do with Shala Ball. Maybe they are just having her here to kill her off and introduce Norrin Rad when the Fantastic Four get transported to the current MCU universe. That's my cope. Thank you for watching. Follow my Instagram, my Twitter, please. Please.
A lot of great things out of the X-Men films were entertaining. We got a lot of great things out of them, like Hugh Jackman as Wolverine and one of my favorite films, X-Men Days of Future Past, but they also did a lot of things not so good. I personally think they botched a lot of the characters, and I plan to make a video on each of them, but today I wanted to put my focus on Iceman and the problems with him in the X-Men films. We first see Iceman, or wait, what's his real name?
Bobby.
We first see Bobby in the first X-Men film. He's a young teenager and is still in school, so he doesn't get much screen time and doesn't do much either. He freezes this fireball in class and makes Rogue an ice rose, which is pretty cool. He's definitely pulled some poontang with that trick more than once in the past. You ain't slick, Bobby. But that's pretty much all we see of him in the first film. Mystique impersonates him in more scenes than he's actually in. We see him again in X2, and he's got a slightly bigger role in this film. Stryker and his team swat Xavier's school while Logan is on babysitter duty, and Iceman doesn't do much here either. Logan goes on a rampage, and Bobby is told to stay back. I get he's still young, but me. He has some of the most overpowered powers. Let my boy rip some a little bit. Stryker tries to get to Logan, but Bobby finally realizes he has powers and makes an ice wall. This blocks Stryker and the rest of his team. Our boys escape, and they head to Bobby's crib. While there, he reveals to his family that he's mutant by freezing his mom's tea. They really love to show Bobby freezing small things, and that's about it, because after this, Bobby's jealous-ass brother calls in the one time, and they were not goofing around.
Put the knives down!
After this, Pyro starts letting it off, burning everything he can, and Bobby just lays there. Bobby? You could help right now. Also, why does the cop smoke Logan, shooting him in the head with no hesitation, but does nothing when Pyro starts shooting flames at everyone?
That is crazy.
I don't know.
But yeah, Bobby doesn't do dick for the rest of this film. He just stays back in the bird with Rogue, and
He's
the
a
rest of the
dick.
team goes and handles business. Even Pyro dipped out to try to find some excitement. So yeah, let's move on. We see Bobby next in X-Men The Last Stand.
Finally!
Iceman actually does something in this film. He does his usual freeze shit to pull some poontang, but he also finally grows some hair on his nuts at the end of this when he finally fights Pyro. He turns into his full ice form for the first time. And yes, I was rock hard when this happened. He shuts down Pyro and gives him the old Paul Blart special in this much anticipated fight because everybody was ready for Iceman to fight Pyro because that dude's a douchebag. But that's it. That's the only scene through the first 3 X-Men films where he does anything of significance at all. He shoulda, coulda, woulda done a lot more in this film. I know the runtime, budget, and him just being young played a role in him not doing much, but guess what?
Don't care, don't care, don't care, still don't care.
He was young in Wolverine and the X-Men, and guess what? He had a huge role. Firstly, he shot more than just ice blasts. He was actually engaged in the fights, and he was just overall a better and more powerful character in the show. There were multiple scenes where he actually came in and was a significant help. I remember one scene when he froze a whole plane down while in another plane. And then, before our boys crash landed, Iceman made like a plane runway for them to land safely on. And on top of all this greatness, I remember there was one scene where he froze Quicksilver.
Huh? Who the f can do that?
He did more in those 2 scenes than he did in the entire first 3 films of the X-Men. Side note here, Emma Frost was an absolute baddie in this show. I'd have that shit like, yeah, who got that good D? I got that good D. Anyways, I don't want to hear any excuses. They did Colossus 32 and Cyclops, who's a huge X-Men favorite. They were just a little too worried about throwing down their cash cow Wolverine. Finally, we see Bobby again in X-Men Days of Future Past, banger movie by the way. Bobby's older here and more experienced, so we get to see him doing a little more. The Sentinels break in like the T-1000 on the Secret Sauce, the Secret Sazul, and Bobby shows us some new tricks. He's come a long way since cooling brewskis and freezing over ponds. He can instantly transform into his full ice form, and we get to see him riding ice for the first time, which is a classic thing he does. We've seen it in Wolverine and the X-Men. He actually did it all the time in that show, and he did it in the X-Men game. I don't know if you know about that X-Men game, but that shit was the bomb diggity. Bobby came in.
X-Men game? It's an X-Men game? I didn't make that on my list. That's definitely one game I will play. Holy shit.
In that X-Men game. I don't know if you know about that X-Men game, but that shit was the bomb diggity. Bobby came in hot and froze the Sentinels over, but they used Sunspot's powers to counter his powers, and they eventually snatched him up and shattered him.
Damn.
One problem here. It's known that Bobby is nearly unkillable in his ice form. Even if he's shattered like we see here, he can reform his body completely. So he shouldn't have died here, is what I'm trying to get at. Same thing for when the Sentinels melted him, he would recover from that too. Obviously the movies took his character in a different direction and made him significantly weaker, but why? Him being extremely powerful and nearly immortal was a big part of his character, but to be honest, I'm not surprised. They also hella nerfed Juggernaut, Storm didn't do jack diddle through these movies, Colossus, Cyclops, and more. And then when we got to the younger versions of the characters, Bobby was just not around. They didn't have him in the movies, I guess. At least Quicksilver was goated. The MCU was actually the one who threw him in the trash. So despite being in 4 X-Men films, he only had 2 notable moments, and in one of those he was somehow killed. They pretty much resigned him to being a side character who shoots ice beams and freezes things once in a while. Even though he shoulda coulda woulda been one of the most powerful X-Men if they used him to his full potential. It's so bad that he actually changed his powers to become Lamplighter, and even then he was catching L's, eventually catching himself on fire. So, yeah. If you guys enjoyed this video, then
hit the subscribe, like, and share button.
Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments below. I'd like to hear your guys' opinion, but
that's crazy. Damn, she's arched up. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. There's been a ton of new details coming out of Avengers Doomsday, so I'll try to address all of them during this video. There's the whole reason why Dr. Doom comes to the MCU in the first place, what he's after, why he stole Franklin Richards during the Fantastic Four movie, how Marvel is going to address the Jonathan Majors Kang storyline that it had relied on so heavily before Avengers Doomsday changes. Apparently, there's all kinds of drama on set between the actors behind the scenes. I'll explain what's going on with that. It is not unusual for things to get crazy on the set of massive movies like Doomsday and Secret Wars at big scale. There's more news on the different teams during the movie, how Franklin Richards' power cosmic is going to influence the characters, and a couple more confirmed major characters that have joined the cast. Ryan Reynolds trying to join the spoiler bros and leak as much Avengers Doomsday as possible. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the videos. I'll start with the Dr. Doom stuff first. There is a lot of Doom. Supposedly his whole reason in the movie for coming to the MCU is also similar to the same reason that he takes Franklin Richards starting in the events of the Fantastic Four post-credit scene. And his main mission is to both stop the incursions from happening, stop all the different characters from causing more incursions, new incursions. That's why he takes Franklin Richards, because he's so powerful. His power cosmic can potentially be used to cause another incursion. In a whole plan for Franklin Richards to use his power, he's trying to prevent him from being used by other characters. You remember the whole idea is that Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom thinks he's the hero of the story in Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars, but that puts him at odds with all the other characters. He is meant to be the main antagonist, but he doesn't think of himself as like a Thanos type of villain. Even Thanos didn't think that he was a villain. You remember all the Thanos was right memes. All the great villains out there in all great movies and stories never think of themselves as the villains of the story. And supposedly he's also going after all the different characters who have caused incursions in the past.
Did it work?
No.
Which means Tom Holland's Spider-Man, Doctor Strange. You could also look at the Marvel's characters too, because there was an incursion at the end of that movie. Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, Miss Marvel. But really, I think the more important part of this is Spider-Man, because it gives Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom a reason on a story level to go face-to-face with Spider-Man again, and because of the Doctor Strange storyline with Doctor Doom in the Time Runs Out comic book, and that's the story that they're adapting for the movie. Like, there has to be a story reason for Doctor Strange to go up against Doctor Doom. Now it sounds like they have kind of canceled Doctor Strange 3, and we're not going to see that movie before Secret Wars.
Bro, Doctor Strange, Doctor Strange was one of my favorite movies. I remember getting zooted as hell watching his movies and just like feeling the aura and the vibes of it. Like, it literally felt like a psychedelic trip every time I was watching his movies.
Originally, it was meant to come out before Secret Wars, and that's what the post-credit scene with Clea was meant to set up. You caused an incursion in the Dark Dimension, we're going to go fix it, and then you never hear from him again. Supposedly now, because they're trying to speed run to Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars and just get through all that multiverse plot, is they're going to say that Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness post-credit scene just leads directly to Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars. Basically just snipping out anything that was going to be happening during Doctor Strange 3 as a result of that. Maybe they will still do a totally different Doctor Strange 3 type of movie after Secret Wars. But when you think about Spider-Man coming face-to-face with Doctor Doom, you have to imagine that reunion. Like, they really want to have that impactful moment during Doomsday. Peter Parker thinking that his mentor and friend, Tony Stark, has come back to life. Because didn't we just see Franklin Richards during the Fantastic Four post-credit scene healing Doctor Doom's face? I think they were probably doing that during that Fantastic Four post-credit scene so that he could walk around during Avengers Doomsday without his mask on, and he wouldn't have this scarred-up face. Like, he would look just like Tony Stark. So you have to imagine Peter Parker finding out that this is a totally different person from another universe, and also potentially he's going to wipe their entire universe in the MCU in a quest to save the rest of the multiverse. Part of the idea, though, is that Doctor Doom has this plan to save the multiverse and will just destroy, wipe anyone who comes in the way of his plan or who he thinks is trying to stop him from accomplishing his goals. So you can see how that would easily put him at odds with the other MCU characters and why he would feel totally justified in stealing Franklin Richards from the Baxter Building. So it kind of makes it sound like the Russo brothers might be swerving on the concept of anchor beings just in general that Deadpool and Wolverine use. There were a lot of questions about this because when Deadpool and Wolverine came out, Kevin Feige absolutely refused to say who the MCU anchor being was. Originally, I liked all the ideas that it was Spider-Man, but you remember he got snapped in the universe, didn't die, like MCU didn't die, so it means that he's not the anchor being. It has to be somebody else.
And you're the first person to, I give you credit for just outright asking the question. And I'll give myself credit for trying to evade it and avoid it entirely.
Avengers Doomsday is supposed to end with the big WTF death scene, and as crazy as it would have been to have Doctor Doom, Robert Downey Jr. killing Spider-Man, I don't think that they're going to that well again. Like, we saw him die this really slow, tragic death at the end of Avengers Infinity War. Right now, my early theory is that it would be Thor as that big death, and they'll use a twist through Avengers Secret Wars to bring him back so that he can go do a Thor 5 after Secret Wars at some point and fully redeem the character in the eyes of the fandom. Disney and Marvel are doing everything they can to turn the ship around and like reach into the well and do all the biggest hits they could possibly do, like all the safest bets. Kevin Feige seems to think that there's more juice to be had with another Thor movie down the road, and Chris Hemsworth keeps talking about wanting to redeem the character, so hopefully through Doomsday, Secret Wars, and whatever Thor 5 winds up being, they can actually do that. Speaking of Thor, reportedly God Loki will also have his own team during Avengers Doomsday. Tom Hiddleston was featured during Chairwatch, so like he was confirmed to be part of the movie. But the question was, if he controls the multiverse sitting in that higher dimension, why does he allow the incursions to happen if he's that powerful? The entire time runs out plot would not work if he were sitting in his chair managing the multiverse. So I think the idea is they will just have some reason for him to be out of the chair, like something will get him out of that chair. They didn't say who's going to be on his team, but there was footage that leaked out of them filming inside what looked like the TVA based on the architecture. So at some point, some of the characters will be inside the TVA, which makes sense that they invoke the Loki part of the plot with the TVA stuff hand in hand. That TVA would be monitoring the incursions all this time too. I know a lot of you are also asking what's going to happen with the whole Jonathan Majors Kang storyline. Will they address Kang at all? It sounds like the Russos might give him a mention during the movie, and there's been talk of them picking up a Kang storyline down the road after Secret Wars, but I think largely they're swerving on a lot of that Kang stuff for now, for Doomsday in Secret Wars. Interestingly enough, over at DC, James Gunn has been talking a lot about the future of the DCU, future of the Superman movies. Somebody asked him what's going to happen if they have to get rid of an actor or something happens to an actor if they pass away. James Gunn basically just came right out and said, we'll just recast if we have to, just planting his flag in the sand. They will just recast the minute that they need to. Right after Disney and Marvel fired Jonathan Majors, there was talk about them recasting Kang. So there's been lots of reports about actors who have recently joined the Marvel movies like Avengers Doomsday and Spider-Man Brand New Day possibly being versions of Kang, but I don't think that that's the case. My early assumption is that there will be no Kang actor at all during Avengers Doomsday or Secret Wars. There'll just be a verbal mention of the character, and it'll be wrapping up the Council of Kang storyline, and they'll just use the end of Loki Season 2 to say that they wrapped up that storyline.
Reports on the variants of He Who Remains. I guess one of them caused a little bit of a ruckus on 616 adjacent realm, but they handled it, so we're all good for now.
So it was this line basically where they said the TVA had started going after all the different Kangs in the multiverse. At the time, it was after they had fired Jonathan Majors, so it was them giving themselves a backdoor to explain away any future Kang storyline that they didn't want to deal with anymore. And if Doctor Doom's whole thing is going to be going after people who started the incursions, that's the Council of Kangs, they could just say at the beginning of the movie, he's already killed the Council of Kangs, like Thanos wiped most of the Asgardians at the beginning of Infinity War. Moving on to more Franklin Richards and Power Cosmic Fantastic Four stuff, Vanessa Kirby also revealed the movie will address the aftermath of her dying, Sue Storm dying during that movie, then being brought back to life with the Power Cosmic. You can see it in her eyes when Franklin uses his power on her, like the stars in her eyes. She said, I've been listening to a lot of people that have had those kind of experiences, death experiences, in what they learn, and therefore how different they are after they come back from that. She's basically saying that she's talked to people who have medically been declared dead and then resuscitated and brought back to life. What happened? What did they experience? What do they remember from when they were dead? How did the experience fundamentally change them? I think this will probably manifest in the form of her hallucinating things. Like, did she experience everything in totality because of the Power Cosmic for a brief hot second? Like, did she see everything, the entire multiverse for a second? You have to imagine all that cosmic energy flowing through her will just fundamentally change it, like just cause her to remember things, see things in a way that she's never seen before for a brief second, and then maybe we'll just have flashes of those memory across Doomsday. Usually something like that is just a blanket excuse for a movie to have a character just experience all kinds of really trippy things. When it comes to that report about all the drama behind the scenes between actors, reportedly it was between Robert Downey Jr. and an unnamed, mystery major actor who he'd never filmed scenes with before. I don't think it was with one of the other original Avengers actors, because if you watch them in real life and behind the scenes, all the original Avengers actors, like the behind the scenes from Infinity War and Endgame, similar giant big movies, they are like a family in the context of the movies, but they also became like a family in real life. They've all stayed very close even after the events of Avengers Endgame, and some of them have completely left the Marvel movies for a while. The leakers who were reporting this didn't say who got into a fight with Robert Downey Jr., but reportedly it was like one of the brand new major actors in Avengers Doomsday. They were not used to Robert Downey Jr.'s process in scenes. There was some line that was crossed, and the other mystery actor wasn't cool with it, blew their stack, and it created a whole lot of tension.
Hold on. If we don't play that back, I'm canceling the press tour.
This is actually normal behavior for big major movies like this. Classic example is Vin Diesel and The Rock absolutely hate each other, but as long as there's money to be made, they will eventually work together again. My early assumption is that this mystery actor is probably one of the classic X-Men actors, since some of them have never worked on screen with Robert Downey Jr. before, and they're meant to be like really big parts of the movie. Whatever the beef was behind the scenes between them is probably water under the bridge. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody...
Whoa. Channing Tatum? That means that's Gambit. Gambit's in this movie.
On the set of those movies blew their stack every single day. That's how big things are, how much pressure there is. There was also a report of Robert Downey Jr. ordering reshoots of his Doctor Doom scenes, causing a couple more weeks delay because they had to completely reshoot a bunch of material with him in it. But I'm totally fine with whatever delays that he wants to cause if it makes the movie better. That's the whole idea, is like, no matter how weird it gets behind the scenes, as long as they wind up with a much better movie, doesn't really matter how they do it. Happening right now. You remember that movie is meant to take place before Avengers Doomsday begins, so it'll be some point during that 4-month time gap between the end of the Thunderbolts movie and the beginning of the Thunderbolts post-credit scene, which is meant to be the beginning of Avengers Doomsday Thunderbolts team. You just imagine Peter Parker not wanting anything to do with him, like, no, I don't want to be on your discount Avengers team. But because it seems like there's news about Avengers Doomsday coming out every single day, if there's anything that I didn't address in this video or any questions you have about the movie, just write it in the comments below and I'll add them to my future bonus videos. Herbie here tells me that Marvel probably isn't going to do an exact repeat of the Chair Watch video, but we might get some Chair Watch-like type of video where they reveal more actors that are in the movie later this year. They also just confirmed that Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool and Spider-Man are going to be in the movie. I wouldn't be surprised if they also then confirm Wolverine will show up in the movie too. Hugh Jackman's version of Wolverine. Really big reminders are that Peacemaker episodes start tonight. I'll be doing weekly episode videos for that, so be sure to enable alerts for my channel so you don't miss that. Alien Earth episodes are also happening right now too. It's a great series. My links for all those are down in the description below. Everybody click here for that Robert Downey Jr. Avengers Doomsday teaser that he released recently, and click here for all my Spider-Man Brand New Day videos. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Maddie here today. Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, and I was cleaning out my closet a few weeks ago, and I found this oldie but goodie. I remember unboxing this on the channel in what I believe was a Fallout Loot Crate video, but when I found it, I was so excited. I went, well, this was like 2015. Certainly this doesn't fit me, but when I put it on, it was a good, loose fit. It was just like old times. And speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to talk about Fallout New Vegas. I've been going through my comments, been going through my Twitter mentions, and I've been getting one question very often, or one statement. Now's got to be the time that we get a New Vegas remaster, or I'm not replaying New Vegas now for Season 2. I'm waiting for that remake. And so, in natural Mr. Matty fashion, we're going to get into the granular detail, starting with Fallout Season 1, working our way through the timeline of what I think Bethesda is planning for Season 2. And the too long didn't read is that if we do get a Fallout New Vegas remaster or remake, whatever it may be, I think it's 2029 the earliest. And to get a little bit deeper than that, I think there's a possibility that Bethesda may not give us that at all and may opt to give us a brand new game set in that location. I'll break it all down, but this is a lot of speculation and fun conversation. I was originally thinking maybe I hold this topic for later in the year when we get closer to the show. I imagine the video would do better that way, but as I thought about it more, for those who do watch my content frequently, this is a good way to set expectations, so I feel like you know what to expect going into the Season 2 launch. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, of course, if you're into Fallout, you're in the right place, but anything gaming, consider subscribing. We'd love to have you. So to get to where I want to get with New Vegas and its remake conversation, I want to start all the way at the beginning, Season 1. It's around the top of 2024, and if I'm Bethesda, here's what I think is going through their head. We have zero expectations for this show. We don't think it's going to do that great at all. Why do I think that? Number one, across the entire Fallout franchise, they had zero content ready for the launch of Season 1. I'm talking merch was barely being pushed. Fallout 76 got a Vault 33 jumpsuit. Fallout 4's next-gen update came out weeks after the TV show had already aired and the hype had kind of come and gone. And 3, they dropped the entire season at once. Amazon dropped the entire season at once. So when it banged, they were like, oh, okay, well, now expectations seem to be in the right place if business moves are to tell us anything. 1, Fallout Daystream being a thing. That's pretty important to note, that they've identified somehow all this time later, Fallout is big enough to warrant having its own stream with its own slew of announcements every single year. 2, Amazon is doing Amazon things like now releasing Fallout Weekly to sustain its subscriber counts. 3, Bethesda has said that Fallout 76 will actually have tie-in material with the show. More on that in a little bit. And 4, Xbox has reportedly greenlit both Fallout 5 and, according to Jordan Midler of Video Game Chronicle, the Fallout game that you have been asking for within a year of the show's launch. So, keeping that in mind, they didn't expect much because they somehow didn't know Fallout's like this huge phenomenon, and that if it was even the slightest bit good, we'd be all over it. So now we're seeing over the last year and a half the reaction to it all. The stream, the 76 tie-ins, the leaked greenlit projects of the ones that we've been waiting for a while. But where does Fallout New Vegas find itself in all of this? Well, again, let's continue to set these expectations, right? Bethesda's moving the right direction. We're giving you Fallout content. Why don't I think it's New Vegas? Well, first and foremost, if it's happening, it won't be for a while. Given how flat-footed Bethesda and co were caught with the TV show, this project would have been greenlit as early as maybe mid-2024. And I know it's hard to imagine as Fallout fans because we know how popular the brand is, but I guess at least they know now, right? But the timeline is impossible where they could get a remaster of New Vegas out in response to Season 1 of the TV show for where Season 2 was going, which was New Vegas. But furthermore, Bethesda kind of redefined the standards of remasters with Oblivion, which does throw a monkey wrench into it. It was the game we remembered, bugs and all, but with a new coat of paint on it. And if that is the standard versus what we were originally asking for, which for those who don't know that, who haven't been around the Mr. Matty content for a while, you can like find videos of me talking about Fallout 3 and New Vegas remasters and like 2013, 14, 15. Like we went into it so many times. We were ready to just take like an up-resed port or even just a very basic bare minimum port of like the same exact game. But Bethesda has now shifted those expectations. And because they have shifted them, it means that these types of remasters will take longer, and especially when Bethesda sees how much money they are making off the Oblivion remaster. It's still one of the top-selling games of the year. All the more reason to do exactly what you did last time, but try to one-up yourself. Try to do it even better. So yeah, if you have that window of time where, okay, we could greenlight this as early as mid-2024, it's just not enough time to get this remaster out the door for the show, which I know not everyone was asking like, oh, it has to drop around the show, but maybe they announce it in anticipation for Season 2. I don't even think they go that far because, again, as I'm going to get into now, the timeline just doesn't work. I think it's way far out, if anything at all. Let's look at Fallout 3 for a brief moment. You see, Fallout 3 is planned, and I think this comes first, not only because that was the one that was originally planned, but because it can set the standard for what to expect with New Vegas. Fallout 3 and New Vegas, famously because they share the same engine, and Bethesda gave them the asset library to have Obsidian basically make New Vegas with those pieces and then some of their own in a little bit under 2 years. So I could see this very similar thing happening with the New Vegas remaster, especially when the game itself didn't add a ton of new major mechanics. Like, for example, one of the biggest additions to Fallout New Vegas compared to Fallout 3 was aiming down your sights. But I imagine when the Fallout 3 remaster comes around, this will be a built-in feature because they'll be modeling it after Fallout 4, just like Oblivion Remaster modeled itself after Skyrim. So then you look over at the FTC document. Based on this, everything we've seen that's come true from this document, and that's essentially all of it, everything here was delayed by 2 to 2.5 years. That means Fallout 3's remaster is likely a late 2026 or mid 2027 release date. Meanwhile, Nate the Hate, who accurately leaked Oblivion, said it'd actually be a while before we get to see it. And given that the Oblivion remaster got pushed into 2025 and Virtuos is likely handling this Fallout 3 remaster too, I'd throw late 2027 out there. So now bringing it all back to Fallout New Vegas, if this ends up being an added on part of the plan, it's like, oh, we should do this next, which I think they should. It's like Fallout 3 is coming first because it's further down the pipeline, and that means you still need years to make it. So if, let's say, Fallout 3's remaster drops in 2027, 2029 is still a pretty, like, optimistic release window, if I'm honest about it. But this is where we get into deep cut speculation now, because that's if Fallout New Vegas remaster is ever going to be part of the plans. You have to look at it from this angle too. When Jordan Midler spit out the rumor on the FPS podcast that another Fallout game is on the way and it's the Fallout game that you've all been asking for, no one really knows what that is. He could be thinking, oh, it's Fallout 5. Like, that's the one everyone wants. That's the one everyone's asking for, because the last Fallout game we got was 76, which is now in a great place, but it wasn't for a very long time, and it wasn't the Fallout game that people were really wanting at that time. So he could mean 5. But for a lot of...
I think it's Fallout New Vegas 2. Fallout New Vegas 2 has got to be the one that I personally think is the one that you would want to have.
Fallout fans, they've interpreted that as a Fallout New Vegas 2, and I get why. Still, the reality is, at the heart of it all, we have no clue at all. It's a safe assumption, yes, but it's not a definite, as is the world of rumors. So, to me, when I see that, it's possible you take the New Vegas remaster completely out of the equation, and Bethesda and Xbox have opted to say, well, why don't we just make a new game set in New Vegas, or make a game set around the west coast of Fallout? Like, I feel that is the obvious move for Fallout 5, which I've already gone in depth on why I think it's going to be in San Francisco, and Bethesda's teased that pretty heavily, and also literally made sure Obsidian did not take San Francisco off the map in New Vegas because they wanted to use it as a future location. And when you look at that combined with the TV show focusing a lot on the West Coast, I do think that's the next mainline game. But I do want to just float the idea out there that just because it's obvious to us doesn't mean it's obvious to them. For example, I think a New Vegas remaster is free money, and no matter when you deliver it, you should deliver it, because that would be great for fans. However, after interviewing Mark Dara and learning how EA turned down not only a Dragon Age Origins remake idea, but remasters and the Champions trilogy, I don't think these execs sometimes have a clue at all what a good money opportunity is, even if it literally slapped them in the face like that. So while, again, it's obvious to us, like, oh, it's obvious Fallout's big, they're just greenlighting Fallout 5 now, and this is years after Xbox has owned Bethesda. It's a little insane how slow-moving things have been for this franchise. Yes, the TV show has dramatically accelerated all, but it's all reactionary, which is a worrying case unto itself. I'm glad they're making moves, though. So yeah, I don't really think a New Vegas remaster is a guarantee, not even because it's not in the rumor mill, but just because, like, what rumors we do have surrounding New Vegas or New Vegas 2 have popped up multiple times more than anything involving a New Vegas remaster. And there's also the world where the Fallout 3 remaster synchronizes well with like a season 3 or 4 of the Fallout TV show that maybe makes its way to the East Coast, but that's like far-flung speculation. We'll see if we even get there yet. So what are we expecting for the TV show? Well, for starters, I know it makes sense in our brains that New Vegas show equals New Vegas game, and that should just be what happens, but remember that Fallout 76 was the biggest beneficiary of this show, as I've covered before. It's not Fallout 4, not Fallout 3, not the originals, but 76. And if you want to cut deeper than that to get to the lore aspect of it all, 76 is the polar opposite end of the timeline. Like, it has nothing that really reminds you of the TV show outside of it being the current updated Fallout product. So I can see a world where 76 focuses even harder on the TV show. Keep in mind, two things have been said. One, Bethesda has teased that whatever's coming out next for 76 is the biggest update the game has ever received. That means it's bigger than Wastelanders, and that is absolutely significant. Number two, they have already promised that they are going to have tie-in content with Season 2. What that will be is anybody's guess, because we don't know how closely these teams are collaborating, but given how much money and attention 76 got, I could see a world where there was a deeper relationship there. And money talks, right? Like, if there is a time to swing hard with 76, especially with its surprise resurgence, I do think Season 2 is a great opportunity to do so. And if you look at the community calendar that just released today, you can see that at the end of December, the day after the new season of the show drops, Bethesda is doing Double Score and Gold Rush. So yeah, I think they are preparing for the influx of players. Like I said, though, in prior videos, yeah, I think 76 is going to swing extremely hard for Season 2. Otherwise, we have the leak from Juicehead, who says that Fallout 4 is going to be getting creations of some kind. Beyond that, though, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much more. Otherwise, anything else to me beyond Fallout 4 creations and a massive 76 update would be a welcome surprise. Like, for me, a welcome surprise would be, hey, we're actually going to port Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics to consoles. I look at what happened with Icewind Dale and Planescape and the old Baldur's Gate games and how they brought these CRPGs to consoles. Like, I just want that level of porting for Fallout 1 and 2. I think that would be great. Would they sell like hotcakes? I don't know if necessarily that would be the case, but I think you get a lot of curiosity purchases like, hey, let me try this. Could they use some quality of life updates? Sure, but I think they could release just fine as is because the Fallout brand is a titan, and there are many people who said, I've skipped on this. Let me just give it a shot. Especially when Bethesda has shown a willingness to bring back really random FPS games like Heretic and Hexen are back. They remastered Doom on like a yearly basis. They remastered Quake. Like, why not do this for Fallout? I know Todd shut it down when I asked him about it, but also it looks like plans have dramatically changed since the TV show has kicked up and Xbox has shut down a lot of studios and started to reorganize their assets. So to me, that would be a pleasant surprise, but if you're just watching this video to try to find out, like, what should I expect? Keep your expectations there. You get Season 2, you get a big swing with 76, maybe you get some surprise creations for Fallout 4 that end up being really exciting. Otherwise, anything else to me is a bonus. That's where my head is at. We'll see what ultimately happens, what Bethesda and Xbox are planning, but I'm not expecting more than that. If you're expecting a New Vegas remaster, re-release, remake, whatever you want to call it,
2029.
your expectations, I think, are in a pretty dangerous spot, and you're setting yourself up for disappointment. Do I think it eventually happens, though? As I discussed in this video, it's possible, but I also see a world where Bethesda's like, let's just go do a new game on the West Coast and probably make even more money that way because it's like this brand new product that we can throw all the marketing behind. That's my take on it all. I'm curious to see what you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, so fire away. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
Facts.
Hey guys, we've traveled all the way to Boston to ask people the questions you want answers to. Let's go. Piper, some say you're too nosy for your own good. Any truth to that?
Only if the truth's got something to hide. Then yeah, I get real nosy.
Kate, what's your idea of a relaxing day?
Punching a raider, stealing.
Bro, come on. Kate does not look like that, bro. Kate does not look like that. Let's give it a break, bro. Kate is way different looking than that, bro. Come on.
His whiskey, then taking a nap on his couch. Bliss.
Preston, what would you do if nobody needed your help for once?
Panic. Then probably build another settlement just so I can rescue it.
Dan, say, do you ever just smile?
I did. Once. It was classified.
Mama Murphy, do you really need chems to use the site?
Need? No. But they sure make the vision sparkle.
Father, what's the Institute's endgame?
A better world one day. You'll thank us. Or your replacement will.
Nick, do you ever wonder what it'd be like to be human again?
Sure. But I've seen how humans treat each other. Maybe I got the better deal.
Hancock, what keeps you going in a place like this?
Every time I wake up and I'm still me, that's enough. Till it ain't.
I don't form opinions on targets. I complete objectives. Excuse me.
Deacon, what's your real name?
Used to be Kevin. Or maybe Lars. Could have been Susan.
This is me. Deacon sort of looks like Ryan Gosling. Like Deadpool. That's what I think. I think he looks like Deadpool. Yeah, the Deadpool actor.
Susan. Honestly, I miss Susan.
Elder Maxon, how does someone join the Brotherhood of Steel?
Easy. Swear loyalty, haul tech through gunfire, and try not to get vaporized. Simple, really.
Mayor McDonough, how do you keep Diamond City safe?
By making the hard choices before anyone else even knows there's a choice to make.
Kellogg, if you could go back and change one thing.
Yeah. I'd have shot you 5 seconds ago. Now get the hell out of here!
Damn. What the fuck? What the fuck? Hell no. Nope. Nah, that's not. Kate? No, Piper. Mary McDonough. Oh, yeah, I remember him. Nick Valentine. Preston. Century Bot. Father. Mama Murphy? Get the fuck out of here. Yep. Fuck that.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. Hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. You also may now know me as the chocolate guy cleaning his house. So my wife posted a TikTok of me
Wait a
cleaning
second.
the house.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Did I already react to this? Yeah, I already did. Okay. I like knew it right when I saw
I'd
it.
said before that 2025 was going to go down as the make or break year, not just for Marvel and DC, but for superhero movies in general. The MCU desperately needed to get back on track after years of embarrassing flops and underperformers, while James Gunn had the challenge of rebooting and relaunching the entire DC universe on film. On the Marvel front, things didn't get off to a great start, that's for sure. Brave New World turned out to be a bloated, chopped up, embarrassing mess that flopped harder than a fat influencer on a high diving boards. Thunderbolts got a slightly better reception from fans, although fuck knows why, but still failed to make any impact at the box office. That left Fantastic Four to redeem a pretty disastrous year for the franchise. And well... Fantastic Four is a fucking flop, just like all the other Marvel movies that have come out this year. Which was interesting, because it was actually pretty well received by fans and critics. Damn man, even I enjoyed it and gave it a half-decent review. It had a reasonably good opening weekend and solid word of mouth, so why did it fall off harder than Rachel Zegler's career? Well, dear viewer, Dr. Drinker is here with a big old batch of truth pills. They're gonna be bitter and hard to swallow, but just like I tell Tatiana, you'd better swallow them and keep them down or it's another 3 days in the hole for you.
What?
So, like, you're gonna edit that out later, right? Okay, cool. Anyway, I think the failure of Fantastic Four has been pretty useful in some ways because it's dispelled a few myths that people have been clinging onto for way too long now. Myth number one is that Marvel is ever going to come back. That all it'll take is the right movie at the right time to catapult the franchise back to the glory days of the 2010s.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
Well, here's a reality check for you. That is never gonna happen. Yeah, they might still get the occasional hit, and they'll always have a core fan base they can rely on, but the days of billion-dollar movies being practically normal are long gone, and they're not coming back. 500 million is rapidly becoming the number that most people are talking about, which would be fine if movie budgets actually reflected that reality. But with $200 or even $300 million on production alone still being standard practice, well, the numbers just don't add up, and no amount of positive spin is going to change that. So why the hell did this happen? Well, partly because Marvel is a damaged brand by now. Their fan base has gradually been driven away by half a decade of mediocre movies and shitty TV shows, preachy and divisive identity politics, formulaic storytelling, dated humour and sheer media oversaturation. They got too successful, too complacent and too lazy, and they fell into the trap of thinking that they could just keep expanding forever.
Sheer hubris. Fucking hubris.
It really is hard to miss something that never fucking goes away, and it's even harder to get excited about it when it's basically the same experience every single time, only with different coloured spandex. Even a good Marvel movie at this point is like middle-aged sex in a stale marriage, less about the excitement and novelty of exploring new possibilities, and more about going through a series of familiar steps to reach the same predictable outcome. Myth number 2 is that Pedro Pascal is a serious box office draw. Like, can we all just accept at this point that this guy isn't really gonna happen? And all the fun and media coverage and red carpet appearances in the world aren't gonna change that. Like so many other people, I've been trying to figure out why Hollywood's been pushing this increasingly insufferable, borderline creepy 50-year-old weirdo so hard, like he's this hot young talent taking the industry by storm, and by George, I think I've got it. For whatever reason, Disney have made him a cornerstone of not one but two of their biggest franchises, Star Wars and Marvel. They've pinned a lot of their hopes on this guy. They desperately need him to be a star, so they've marshaled the entire Hollywood media machine behind him to try to make him a star. The problem is, Well, he isn't, and he never really has been. He's a character actor at best, solid and talented for sure, but hardly spectacular, and gassed up way beyond his league by insane overexposure. He doesn't have the charisma, the magnetism, the screen presence, or even the looks to be a top-level draw, and he's too old to grow into the role now. 50 is normally the point where most actors' careers start to decline as middle age kicks in and the next generation of talent moves up to replace them. I don't really know why people expect his career to do the opposite, but somehow they do. Also, the meme of him being in fucking everything feels like it's evolved from a bit of niche good-natured ribbon on social media to actual widespread irritation now, proving the point that familiarity really does breed contempt. Myth number 3 is that superhero fatigue isn't a thing. Bad movie fatigue is.
Really?
Nope, superhero fatigue is absolutely a thing, and it's about time people accepted that. Movie genres rise and fall like the sun. Nothing stays popular and relevant forever, and after a quarter of a century of domination, the sun is well and truly setting on superheroes now. And by that, I don't mean they're ever going to die out and disappear completely. Just like the comics that inspired them, there's always going to be a core audience wanting more. What I mean is that general audiences, the people who bring in the bulk of the box office revenue, have lost interest in moved on to other things now. Superheroes aren't cool or compelling anymore. Yeah, the decline in quality and the saturation of the market definitely speeded the process up, but the truth is, it was gonna happen eventually no matter what. Even James Gunn's Superman by James Gunn, the biggest and most iconic superhero of them all, is struggling to make much headway at the box office. The tentpole movie designed to kick off a whole new cinematic universe, arguably a day late and $1 short, is currently sitting at $550 million a month after release. At this rate, it's gonna struggle to even hit $600 million. That's not just a disappointment, that's a fucking disaster. DC wheeled out the biggest gun in their arsenal for this one. See what I did there? And it barely made a dent. I mean, what kind of numbers do you think Supergirl, or Clayface, or Swamp Thing are gonna do if even fucking Superman can't draw big crowds? The harsh reality is that the cultural zeitgeist has shifted now, the audience has matured and changed, and they've left superheroes behind. All those outlandish outfits and crazy powers that were so cool and revolutionary 10 years ago seem kind of lame and dated now. A cultural holdover from a previous generation, lingering beyond its time, struggling for relevance in a world that's moved on without it. So where do we go from here? What does the future hold for superhero flicks? Well, like I said earlier, there is still a way for superhero movies to carry on and turn a profit for the studios, but it has to be based on the understanding that the market is smaller and tougher now. If 500 million is the best you can hope for at the box office, then you need to start slashing your budgets big time. 100 million is where most superhero movies want to be sitting now, which means leaner and meaner productions, cutting down on expensive VFX and big name actors, and focusing more on quality writing. It really comes down to a choice between managed decline or complete implosion. It all sounds pretty obvious, because it is, but sometimes things that seem obvious to normal people like us seem to sail right over the heads of Hollywood executives. I don't know if they can or will change, but one thing's for sure, superhero movies as we've known them for the past 20 years are over. Whether this means the start of a new era or a complete collapse of the whole genre, only time will tell. Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
Damn.
Go away now.
That's crazy.
Three great men sit in a room, a king, a priest, and a rich man. Between them stands a common sellsword. Each great man bids the sellsword kill the other two. Who lives, who dies?
Depends on the sellsword.
Does it? He has neither crown nor gold, nor favor with the gods.
He has a sword, the power of life and death.
But if it's swordsmen who rule, why do we pretend kings hold all the power? Power resides where men believe it resides. It's a trick, a shadow on the wall.
So I figured it out.
No.
My hot dogs come in packages of 10 and hot dog buns come in packages of 8. See, the thing is that life doesn't always work out according to plan. So be happy with what you got. So you can always get a hot dog. You got it.
Bro, no.
What does that even mean?
Bro. What the fuck? Damn.
Damn. Got up, man. Bro, where's we at? Bro, chat, can somebody please pick me up? I don't know where I'm at.
Hey, you sure you're at the right spot?
I'm trying to travel across the whole America and my tour bus is broken.
We can help you with that.
Oh, hell no.
Where we go?
Let's go! Let's stop moving, man! Boy! Why is it so hard?
Got him.
America, here I
Whoa, 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 whoa. So he doing North Carolina, but he ain't doing South Carolina though. Why is no one doing South Carolina? Why does nobody give a fuck about South Carolina, bro? Arizona, California, Colorado, District of Columbia, Florida, Georgia. Georgia's close enough. Well, Tennessee's not on this either. Idaho, Illinois, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, North Carolina, New Mexico, Nevada, New York, Ohio, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota. Okay, he's doing Tennessee. Texas, Washington, Wyoming. Want to do the math? That's 5. That's 10. That's 15. That's 20. So he's doing 25. He's doing half of America. He's not doing all the way America. I mean, he's doing the biggest places, though. He's not doing Indiana. He's doing Kentucky, but he's not doing Indiana. He's not doing... Is Oregon on it? Yeah, Oregon's on here. Wait a second. He's doing... Wait, Wyoming? Bro, what the fuck are you doing in Wyoming, bro? What is there to do in Wyoming? Not South Carolina, though? Some BS, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, this feels like a cruel joke. I'm out here stomping out Xbox, and there's a report. Multiple Fallout games in production. That's twisted,
What?
dude. Okay, so yeah, obviously that's the good news. Lots of Fallout is on the way. I'll get into why that's the case. But yeah, pumped to know more of my favorite gaming franchise is inbound. Hopefully it's good. The twist, it's complicated. And I'm not even saying that to put a little negative spin on it. It just is. Emotionally, given recent events with Xbox, it's obviously really complicated to feel excited about anything right now involving the brand. But also, it's a bit complicated knowing the potential trade-off. There have been rumors floating around that some of the budget that's being cut from all these various games over at Xbox were used to shift it over to Fallout. And if that's the case, as much as I adore Fallout, I don't think companies like ZeniMax Online Studios need to trade in their rights to make a new IP for a new Fallout game, especially when that's like indie publisher energy, and that's certainly not what Xbox is. So it feels weird and wrong to be like, up, out of my seat, yeah, more Fallout, and frankly, tone deaf. But I still want to talk about it because this is my favorite gaming franchise. I have talked about Fallout since day one on this channel. It's extremely important to me,
Fallout's
and
my
I'll
favorite.
always talk about my beloved Bethesda Game Studios. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the report. Starts off at Insider Gaming. Multiple Fallout projects are in development, it is claimed. In the recent episode of the Friends Per Second podcast, VGC's Jordan Midler claimed several Fallout games are being pieced together. Quote, Fallout is the big one. I cannot believe that they didn't immediately start work on a Fallout 5, you and I both. There are multiple Fallout projects in development, including, as far as I'm aware, the one you're all wanting, but it's not far enough along to say anything that's like, you're going to be playing this game anytime soon, end quote. here's a funny butterfly effect moment, right? So SkillUp reaches out to me before the Fallout news breaks, and he's like, hey, we'd love to have you on the show. Your expertise would be really appreciated here, which was really awesome of him. I had COVID, so I could not make the show because I also had Defining Duke, and I would have been back-to-back podcasting while on COVID. So I was like, yeah, I don't think that's going to work. So there's this weird butterfly effect moment where if I showed up, I would not have learned this much about my favorite gaming franchise, and I find that deeply hilarious. At the same time, there is something Jordan says before I get into the full report and some thoughts on it that stands out to me. It is why we had to wait this long. There is that big question mark floating over all of this. And I'm not trying to turn this whole video into Xbox bad. I'll talk about Fallout in a moment here, but it is the big question. Like, they bought Bethesda in 2021. As far as I'm concerned, I was deeply convinced, oh, they're going to greenlight Fallout like that. That is an instantaneous thing you have to do. Of course, Starfield is really important, but you got to outsource that puppy. Like, that is your IP. You got to go. You just spent $7.5 billion on Bethesda. Fallout's the most lucrative IP you got in that batch right next to Elder Scrolls. You got to make use of it. The fact that it took this long, and it's not even like we're getting something this year or next year, like it's a while before we see anything new that's not a Fallout TV show. And that is a bit disheartening because it should never have played out like this. Same, by the way, Elder Scrolls fans, you know I keep you in mind when I'm talking about my Fallout. Same with Elder Scrolls. Why there's nothing until ES6, but fortunately we did get Oblivion Remastered. But before that, with Bethesda and how they were handling things, like here's Elder Scrolls Legends. Come on, you know it's not what we wanted. So hopefully a sign of things changing with Oblivion Remastered. But what are these multiple Fallout projects in development? Of course, you see here the mentioning of the one you're all wanting, and there's been jokes about Fallout Shelter 2, but of course this is New Vegas 2 with Obsidian, and we'll talk about that extensively. I have my list of theories and breakdowns on why it's plausible. Don't you worry. Before we get there, though, there's a little bit more from Insider Gaming. They say, in some ways, it's a reiteration of what we've been led to believe, and what I've outlined above. It's a relatively safe bet to say that multiple Fallout projects are, at the very least, planned. I heard from Bethesda Game Studios' John Rush and Bill Lacoste at Summer Games Fest that there are stacks of ideas for Fallout games, but they wouldn't share anything with me. So at Summer Games Fest, they were showing off 76. Gotta wonder what's going on there. I remember when I interviewed Todd, he did mention that like if they had a small Fallout game idea, they try to roll it in the 76, which I was like, what? No, bad, Todd, bad idea. Okay, but yeah, no doubt we're gonna get more 76 updates. You can check that off the list. I hope as part of this, man, like seeing what they're doing with like Neverwinter Nights and all these old CRPGs, PC games, coming to consoles, coming to new audiences. I know Todd shut it down when I asked him about it. I get it, but if there is a way, and I know, unfortunately, as Tim Kaine revealed, like the original code is gone. I think one person does still have it, but if we could find a way to bring back Fallout 1 and 2 and just have the modern audience experience it, it doesn't even have to be perfect, but these games, look, I'm the first to say I started with Fallout 3. I was late to the parade. Didn't even know Fallout 1 and 2 were connected to the series because they looked so far apart from what Fallout 3 was when I played it like middle school. I was like, what? This isn't Fallout. This is some other franchise. Like I remember being deeply convinced of that until I played them myself eventually, and I was like, these are excellent video games. So I hope part of the plan is that, as I've mentioned many times before, one way we can do the little bit of stop gaps for Fallout content as we wait for new video games made from the ground up are these remasters and these re-releases. And no doubt that's part of the plan, as we'll talk about. But first, I want to talk about Fallout 5. That's the other monkey wrench in this whole thing. Now, if we had a Bethesda Game Studios way, I love them dearly, but if we had a Bethesda Game Studios way, we wouldn't be getting Fallout 5 until like Todd Howard's 80 years old. Bethesda has an idea for Fallout 5, according to IGN, but don't expect it for many years. When asked about New Vegas 2 being handled by another company, Todd said the following, quote, I don't see, look, Fallout's really a part of our DNA here. We've worked with other people from time to time. I can't say what's going to happen, but you know, we have a one-pager on Fallout 5, what we want to do. And they said this is coming after Elder Scrolls 6. So we know the timeline for Bethesda Game Studios was Starfield, then Elder Scrolls 6, then Fallout 5. So Bethesda has planted their flag saying, this is our game, and that's what we're doing next. But again, with leadership changes and now like wringing that puppy dry, trying to get money anywhere you can, mega hits only, Fallout 5 should probably be moved up the timeline, and understandably so. Look, with the way modern game development is going, if we get like Elder Scrolls 6 by like 2027, and then we move into Fallout 5 after that. We're not getting Fallout 5 until 2032. And at that point, between mainline entries of the Fallout franchise, if you're looking at Fallout 4, sorry, 76, gotta ignore you for a second, but you're looking at Fallout 4, and then the next numbered entry, Fallout 5, you're talking close to 20 years. Unacceptable every day of the week. So, yeah, Fallout 5 or something has to get moved up.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even want to speak on it, but 20 years is insane. It's already 2025, so it's already 10 years from what it is. If I did start getting back into Bethesda gameplay this year, I wouldn't have realized the gap that was going on. I was so much just, when I hopped into Fallout 4 for the first time, it was 2017, 2018, around that time. I never really got deep into it, but I remember I was playing at my friend's house, and then I hopped into the PC. I got my first laptop, and I started playing Fallout 4 on my own time. So I wasn't too like, damn, there's no new Fallout. I didn't really care. I was playing Fallout New Vegas a lot before that as well. Never played Fallout 3 a day in my life until literally this year. I played Fallout 3, and I think it was 2023 I started playing Fallout 3 as well. But to think about, it's going to take them 20 years to release something like this. It's very like, I mean, to take 20 years to release a game is just, come on. I mean, even, GTA 6, when I think about GTA 6, that's like, what is it? They said they're going to release in 2026. And when we look back at it, the first coming of it was, GTA 5 was 2020. I'd say it's 2012, I think. So it's going to be a 14-year release. That's a big deal. That's still a big deal as fuck. They only released Red Dead Redemption 2 in between that time. So for them to release Fallout 6 or Fallout 5 or whatever the fuck 20 years after the first release of Fallout 4 is just, come on, get the fuck out of here, bro. It's damn near evil. But I mean, I personally don't think it matters how they take care of it. I don't think anybody's watching this period of the video. I'm not gonna lie, if you're watching this period of the video. But if they release, let's say, Fallout New Vegas remastered, Fallout 3 remastered, I think even when they do that, Fallout 3 remastered should be scheduled to be released by the beginning of, I think it should be 2026. They release Fallout 3 remastered, in my opinion. That's when they should do it. If they do a Fallout New Vegas remastered, it should be probably 2028, 2029. If they can fill those little holes right there, where they're like each year's a remastered of even Morrowind, even Fallout 4. I mean, Fallout 4 is garbage comparably to Fallout New Vegas and 3 when it comes down to RPG and levels to it. But if they were able to do that, I would actually take a step back and be like, okay, this looks like it could be something special. But regardless of that, I just don't, I personally don't feel like it's a smart idea. I don't know. For them to wait until 2030, it just doesn't even sound right. I mean, I remember when Starfield dropped in 2023, and I was like, okay, that's like, I wasn't even deep into Bethesda because I took like a 4-year hiatus of just living my life, going to college, doing what I gotta do, at the end of my high school years, just enjoying my life. And, seeing them basically scalp their projects and just go on 2 years past when they said it was going to go. Starfield would have been 2021, Fallout 3 remaster would have been last year, wouldn't have been this year. Same with Elder Scrolls Oblivion remaster would have been last year, not this year. So they should have been honestly on Elder Scrolls 6. That is the scary part about this, is like, what are we going to get first? I think Fallout 3 remastered should be first before they do Elder Scrolls 6. I personally think that if they really wanted to manhandle this shit, they should do Elder Scrolls 6 after Morrowind remastered and Fallout 3 remastered. Then after Elder Scrolls 6, they do a Fallout New Vegas remastered. Then when they drop Fallout 5 should be in the western area, should not be in the east. Like, I don't get what Bethesda's like fetish is with the East, bro. Like, fuck the East. Stop going to the East. Go to the West. Go to San Francisco. Go somewhere else. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna lie. It's just not worth it. I can't wait for that. If they do something in the West, I will be happy regardless. I'm not gonna be mad.
If Fallout 5 is going to be that deep, something has to happen, and soon. So, of course, what that is one of the most leaked projects involving the Fallout IP, and that is the Fallout 3 remaster. So when the documents from Bethesda leaked during the FTC case, we did learn the plan for fiscal year 24 was the Fallout 3 remaster. And since then, insiders like Nate the Hate have confirmed this is the next project over at Virtuos, but it would also be a long while before we ever saw it. And given what we saw with the Oblivion remaster, you know, launch bugs and stability issues aside, I'm very excited to see what that Fallout 3 remaster is going to be like. Like, stupidly excited just from a gameplay perspective, what little changes they're going to make. It's one of my favorite games of all time, so I'll be all over that thing, man. But looking at this timeline here, as I've covered multiple times before, everything on this list got bumped back 2 years. Everything from Starfield to Indiana Jones, everything, even the Starfield DLC, got bumped back 2 years. In 2024, we're supposed to get Fallout 3 Remaster, so next year seems too soon based on what we're hearing from insiders, but also, again, you look at how the Oblivion Remaster was supposed to come out in 22, but that got bumped to the top of 25, so I don't think it's unreasonable to say Fallout 3 Remaster at like 2027, 2028 even, maybe. So again, really far down the road. That's the problem here, in my opinion, is I'm very happy to be getting a lot of Fallout, and there's going to be that stretch of time. We're going to get there. I'm going to be like in my 40s, and I'm going to be partying like it was 2008 to 2010. Like, what a stretch. You went from Fallout 3 to Fallout 3's DLC, New Vegas, its DLC. It was a thing of beauty. So if we can recapture that magic, that's one way to win me back. But yeah, again, really deep down the road, even something as simple as a remaster. So that's why I'm saying, like, hey, even a port of the Fallout 1 and 2 games would be really awesome. Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel, like, let's just go crazy with it, man. Let's do a Fallout Classic collection. Let's get limited run involved. Like, this is money. All right, so now we got to get into the fun one. This is the one that I imagine Jordan and co are talking about here. Fallout New Vegas 2 over at Obsidian Entertainment. So there's a whole track record of comments and things that we got to go through here to really solidify that I think this is the landing spot for Obsidian Entertainment. I mean, first and foremost, you just look at the year Obsidian's having right now. The Avowed team has their hands off that project. They're doing some post-launch support for it. Doesn't look like anything spectacular. No announced expansions or like major DLC, at least as of yet. I'd assume it's not doing any of that, but I could be completely incorrect on that. Still, even then, that's not going to be the full development team over there. They do have Grounded 2 entering early access. That's its own team. But then after you have the Outer Worlds 2, I mean, most of Obsidian is free. It's a pretty good time to be starting a new project where the stars have kind of aligned, as I've illustrated numerous times in videos and podcasts, how there is that opening to sort of hand them a project and be like, hey, all the things you were doing are done. And especially in the case of the Outer Worlds 2, you just look at any of the pre-launch marketing and what they're talking about with role-playing systems, the amount of references they've made to New Vegas is insane to me. At the same time, a lot of the systems they're building for the Outer Worlds 2 would be literally perfect for a modern Fallout game, because that is what inspired the Outer Worlds. So you get where I'm going with this? Like, they have a lot of the tools there where they could make a Fallout game, barring visual assets, they could make a Fallout game on a systems level maybe a little bit quicker than most, since a lot of their tools are well equipped to already provide that first-person and third-person hybrid open RPG experience. Let's keep going a little bit deeper, though. VGC reports Fallout New Vegas 2 is reportedly in very early talks at Microsoft. This is 2022. Speaking on his premium Giant Bomb show Grub Snacks, VentureBeat's Jeff Grubb claimed that the original developer Obsidian could create a sequel to the classic RPG now that it's under the same roof as license holder Bethesda. Quote, "This is very early, but people have begun to have talks and say these words in sentences, and those words are Obsidian and New Vegas 2, Grubb said. We're talking years and years away, and certainly we're starting to be in that realm, by the way. There's at least an interest and conversations happening about making something like that actually a reality." Grubb added, "A lot of people at Microsoft think that this could work, and there's a lot of interest to make it happen." One such example is a single year later in 2023, Obsidian boss Fergus Urquhart would love to make another Fallout game. Here's what he had to say. First, he addressed the rumor, we're not working on Fallout and we haven't even talked about what it would be, he claimed. Urquhart, who was interviewed in December, suggested Obsidian might be ready to start discussing new projects in late 2023. He says, our plate is pretty full with Avowed, Grounded, and Outer Worlds 2. That was still the case, by the way. I don't know when we're going to start talking about new games, maybe towards the end of next year, he said. We just have to see what's going on. That's the best way to say it. There's nothing in the plans, nothing on the piece of paper that says that. But I'll stick to what I said. I would love to make another Fallout before I retire. I don't know when that is. I don't have a date of my retirement. It's funny. You can say I'm already 52 or only 52. It's one of those two, depending on the day. My hope is it'll happen, but we'll have to wait and see. And the other thing I just want to throw out there is the Outer Worlds 2 added a radio system. I mean, they're good to go, dude. Let them make a Fallout game, for God's sakes. Especially when Obsidian has become such an extremely dependable developer underneath the Xbox brand, like arguably next to Playground Games, the most dependable, and certainly out of anyone that Xbox has purchased, the highest in output. I would hand them anything I possibly could that was of value, like the Fallout license, and be like, yeah, you are the chosen one. We need you to make something on this. But the timeline adds up here. He's saying in 2023 that by the end of next year, as in 2024, that they'd be ready to discuss new projects. And that's kind of where this all starts to add up. We hear the rumors about the layoffs. We know about Microsoft moving funds to obviously invest more in AI, but no doubt with some cuts at Xbox, some of that budget's going to be moved to select projects. So you trade something like, hypothetically, ZeniMax Online Studios' next new IP for a Fallout game. Again, very much indie publisher energy here. The trade-off shouldn't exist as far as I'm concerned. So that's why, again, it makes it very awkward to me to be like, fuck yeah. Still, what Fergus says checks out. And then let's go to the hypothetical director, right? Josh Sawyer directed Fallout New Vegas, and he is open to working on the Fallout franchise. This was in 2022, around the time Pentiment was coming out. It says the director of Fallout New Vegas would be open to working on the series again. He says, I love Fallout. I love the setting. I could see myself working on it again, but, you know, we'll see where the future takes me. And the question really is what Sawyer has been working on of his own that isn't Pentiment. You know, he talked in the interview that I did with him alongside Lord Cognito over on Defining Duke, was that he kind of twisted Microsoft's arm, like, if you want to keep me, you're going to have to let me do this project, otherwise I'm going to walk. And you don't let a mind like Josh Sawyer walk. That's where you're good choice bending the knee there, Xbox, because here's how it plays out in the future, right? You get Josh Sawyer, keep him on board, new Fallout opportunity presents itself, you got your director. This is the man. Or maybe, again, with Brandon Adler and how he's directing the Outer Worlds 2, I'm going to keep my mind open to him, right? Like, it looks like they're cooking with Outer Worlds 2, ignoring the $80 price tag. But it looks like they're doing something really great there. So there's a lot of great minds at Obsidian, but this feels like the perfect home for a new Fallout game, all things considered. So yeah, multiple Fallout projects in development. You could maybe take a guess at some other ones they would do. Like, some people were saying Fallout Shelter 2, and I'm like, look, it sounds stupid, I know, but Fallout Shelter is like the highest grossing Fallout product ever. That says something. Or do you do something involving the TV show and its characters, like a little standalone game? Do you start doing, as I've mentioned before, this is not video games, but books and comics and whatnot. Like, how wide open will Fallout be cracked? You know, it's exciting to think about, no doubt, because us Fallout fans have only known a new entry every, like, what, decade if we're lucky. So that's exciting. But going back to Xbox a little bit and the handling of something like Halo and how, like, stories are continuing in books and stuff, like, I know I'm enough of a Fallout junkie where I would keep up that way, but I also know that's not the most exciting, interesting, or, you know, casual fan-friendly way to manage your IP. So I just really am hoping this thing doesn't get run into the ground. I mean, right now, the proposed projects are the ideal ones. I gotta be honest. It's a Fallout 3 remaster, one of my favorite games of all time. It's the next mainline entry in the Fallout franchise, and it's New Vegas 2. All we need there is the obvious New Vegas remaster, remake, whatever you want to call what Virtuos does, and you've got yourself a perfect storm of Fallout content. The question is, once those options are up, what's next? Are we going to have multiple Fallout projects, multiple Fallout spin-offs? Are we going to do multiple Fallout open world games? Is there a world where you get a linear Fallout game? Is Fallout a turn-based RPG at some point? Like, what are you going to do with Fallout once the obvious choices are up? Like, how scorched earth are they going with this thing? So, a lot of theories, lots of questions still to be answered. But nonetheless, if you're a Fallout fan, like 5 years down the line, you might have a lot to play. So we'll see if these projects can get out the door. But nonetheless, I'd love to hear your thoughts down below on these multiple Fallout projects in development. How are you feeling about it, especially given the recent news? Because again, I'm just trying to like be transparent like I always am. Like, yeah, it's like a weird situation. Like, yeah, I didn't expect in the middle of me stomping out Xbox, like, oh my God, multiple Fallout games. So it's a little weird in that moment of just trying to remain critical, trying to remain consistent, again, with the energy that I think people have had with Xbox of like, let's turn the page, let's move on. It's like, no, I don't think we can. Then you see news like this and it's like a real challenge. It's like, okay, obviously I'm going to talk about it. This is my thing. It's been my thing well before Xbox stepped into the picture. But at the same time, it's definitely the impact to me, and then I'll get off my little soapbox here. The impact for me has really been, wow, I saw probably the most ideal Fallout news and I had a measured response to it. Like, that's how much this is all kind of set me back. So I don't know. I hope that says something to people out there, because I know, like, with how much bad faith content there is out there, like, sometimes you just get lopped in when you're continuously critical of something. So I guess I get it, but hopefully there's something legitimizing in all of that. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning in. Curious to get your thoughts on what's going on with Fallout. Let me know down below. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I'll see you in the next one. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a piss. Yeah.
The sea has many voices, many gods, and many monsters. A quote by T.S. Eliot. And Fallout is no different. In fact, the monsters and gods point might be more true now than ever. Thalassophobia, bathyphobia, aquaphobia, and more phobias than you could count equate directly to the ocean. I want to explore the creepier parts of the ocean in Fallout. Maybe trigger those phobias. We'll be looking at stories of people stranded, sentient squids that control vaults, and Lovecraftian gods fed by their servants. Sound interesting? Then stick around. I want to preface all this by saying that there are loads of locations or stories in the ocean in Fallout that I won't be able to cover in this video. So if you have one I didn't cover, make sure to leave it below. We'll definitely be doing a part 2. If you guys do end up enjoying the vid, then consider leaving us a like. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, and enjoy. You might have heard of this vault before. Basically, it was cut content for Fallout 4, but it got very close to making it into the game. As you'll see, we have a ton of photos and even Todd Howard talking about it himself. Beneath the Atlantic coast of the Commonwealth, completely cut from Fallout 4's final release, is one of the strangest and most horrifying vault tech experiments that never made it to the surface. Vault 120. Its files and references survive in the code, talking about a cut quest called 20 Leagues Under the Sea. What it describes sounds like something straight out of a nightmare. A fully submerged vault run by a sentient giant squid. According to the leftover data, Vault 120 was meant to be an underwater vault inspired by BioShock, which would have been so badass. You would have descended into its depths aboard the Yonk submarine, accompanied by good old Captain Zhao and another character named James who also didn't make it into the game. They would have eventually reached the research station buried beneath the vault, where the final encounter would happen, a confrontation with the squid itself, acting as the vault's overseer. Parts of the vault were barricaded with crates and other sections were damaged, showing that the dwellers inside tried and failed to contain whatever they were experimenting on. The squid wasn't a pet, it was in control, and it's pretty heavily implied that the vault dwellers either revolted or were wiped out by this thing. It's unclear what kind of sentience this squid had, but the game files suggest multiple outcomes depending on whether you side with Zhao or James. Maybe it could be reasoned with, maybe it had motives beyond simple violence. Or maybe Vault 120 was a failed experiment where humanity tried to give intelligence to a monster and lost control. It's not like that was a new concept for Vault Tech. What's even weirder though is that the full level geometry for Vault 120 wasn't in Fallout 4. It ended up buried in Fallout 76 data instead. Using modding tools, people have been able to reconstruct the area, revealing rooms, research chambers, and even what appears to be an escape pod chamber. The vault never made it into the final game. The models were scrapped, the assets never finished, and the quest was cut before dialogue or custom art could be created. But the bones of it are still there. An underwater vault with a sea monster in charge, sealed away under the waves. The ghost of a storyline that almost dragged us into the ocean, face to face with something ancient, intelligent, and very angry. Out in the water southeast of Spectacle Island, there's a place that most people miss entirely, the floating barge. It's an unmarked location and it has no official quest, but when you find it, the story tells itself, and it's unsettling. The barge is made up of 2 connected platforms and a tugboat, all floating out in the harbor. Or at least they were. The tugboat is now resting at the bottom of the sea, its cables still trailing up to the ruined wreckage above. You can dive down and find skeletons tangled in the debris, their final moments spent sinking with the ship. The barges were once home to a group of scientists. They tried to survive out in the water, away from the chaos of the mainland. There are signs of effort: improvised gardens made from old tires, water purification rigs cobbled together from car parts, even swing sets and drying lines that showed that they were trying to hold on to some kind of normal life. But it didn't last. Most of them died off slowly. Some were buried at sea in makeshift coffins that still bobbed near the edge of the barge. The last two were left with no one to bury them. Their bones are still found inside. The southern barge holds the clearest signs of their struggle. There's a microscope near one of the corpses, suggesting someone was still working or still trying to fix something right up until the end. The water purifier that they had built is irradiated, meaning their last hope for clean water may have been poisoning them all along. The northern barge is worse. Completely destroyed. The frame collapsed and the cabin half submerged. Inside you'll find another skeleton all alone. The winch that once tethered it to the tugboat snapped, but the cable is still there, leading you down into the darkness. There's no logs and no holotapes. Nothing to explain what actually went wrong, which has led people to speculate. Some think the scientists were exposed to something from the water, radiation, infection, or maybe something worse. Others believe the group was conducting experiments that backfired. The scientific equipment in the remote location has inspired theories that the barge was part of an off-books Vault-Tec project, or an independent research team trying to escape the oversight of the major factions. One of the darker theories suggests that maybe they weren't alone, that something in the water watched them, waited for them to weaken, and then made its move. The wreckage of the tugboat, the cable torn loose, and the signs of sudden collapse all point to something violent. Something pulled that boat under, and it wasn't the weather. It's a classic horror story told on the ocean, being trapped on a barge and burying your loved ones in the sea. Maybe the radiation got them, or maybe something from the ocean. The oceans in the Fallout universe are full of creatures that have mutated far beyond anything you'd expect, and a few of them have crawled their way onto the land to remind us of what's lurking out there in the deep, the ones that we can't see. Mirelurks are the most well known. These mutated crustaceans started out as soft-shelled creatures like horseshoe crabs or swamp lobsters, but centuries of radiation, FEV exposure, and who knows what else turned them into armored nightmares. They walk upright, their shells are bullet resistant, and they charge without hesitation. What makes them terrifying is their swarm behavior. Mirelurks rarely travel alone. If you spot one, chances are there's a whole nest nearby, and some of them aren't your average claw-swinging grunt. Mirelurk kings can send out sonic pulses that mess with your vision and health, while the queens are massive towering tanks. They can spit acid and summon reinforcements like they're commanding a hive. Then there are the gulpers. They're found around Far Harbor. They're mutated salamanders or eels, and no one's really sure, but they're huge. Long bodies, massive mouths, and the kind of strength that lets them grab and fling prey around like toys. Gulpers can lunge across huge distances, and if you're not watching the water, they'll be on top of you before you can react. Some of the largest gulpers have been nesting near waterlogged wrecks, suggesting that they hunt anything that enters their territory, including humans. Angler creatures that are also in Far Harbor use glowing lures to mimic harmless lights in the fog. They crouch low, nearly invisible until you're within reach, then strike with claws and teeth. It's a mutated version of a deep-sea ambush predator, designed to make sure you never feel safe walking near the shoreline. And while not much is known about lake lurks, the aquatic cousins of mirelurks, they do show up in Fallout New Vegas and they seem built for stealth. They attack from the water's edge using projectile blasts and look like some hybrid of fish, insect, and reptile. The scariest part about all of this? These are the creatures we've actually seen. Fallout has hinted over and over that real monsters are still underwater, massive things mutated in isolation, far from human eyes, and every once in a while, one of them climbs ashore. In Fallout 4, there's a story you might overhear while passing through Bunker Hill. It's not part of a quest and you'll never see the creature for yourself, but it's hard to unhear what they end up saying. You might keep thinking about it while going for a swim. One caravan guard tells another about something her grandfather saw years ago while gathering mirelurk eggs near the shore.
So one day, my grandpappy was egging. It was a foul day. Fog so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was stumbling along and then he heard a tremendous clamoring from the ocean, like nothing he'd ever heard before or since. He stood still for a long time. The fog cleared for a brief moment, And that's when he saw the outline of the great behemoth. Massive. Bigger than anything you or I will ever see. Old Peg. A giant blue ghoul whale.
Old Peg is never seen in the game. There's not a model and no files that Bethesda ever planned to include it directly, but the dialogue is specific enough to have us questioning it. The mention of a ghoul whale implies that this thing has survived the bombs, roamed the oceans ever since, and might still be out there, mutated possibly by the radiation in the oceans, which, as we know, lots of marine animals have been mutated. There's some that think Old Peg is a holdover from pre-war marine biology experiments. Others believe she's a unique form of a post-nuclear evolution, something that was once a whale but has now been changed beyond recognition by decades of radiation and isolation. There's even speculation that Old Peg could be a nod to Moby Dick, or maybe about deeper aquatic horror content that never made it into the game. Fallout has a history of using background chatter to quietly build up its world's strangest threats. Threats that might not actually come to fruition, or maybe they will. And the last theory is that he was actually seeing the Yangsha sub. It would have been out there since the bombs dropped. Whether Old Peg is real or myth or both, it embodies a massive fear that many have with the ocean. The deep sea creatures that we only hear about and theorize on. Are they real? Do they live in the deepest depths where we can't find them? Will it eat you? I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. I've actually spoke about this a few times on the channel now, so if you're a regular, I'm sorry. But I couldn't leave it out of the ocean video, of course. Off the coast of Point Lookout, there's something hidden that doesn't really make sense. Dive beneath a lonely buoy south-southeast of Coastal Grotto, and you'll find something you definitely wouldn't expect. A massive skeleton of a T-Rex resting on the seafloor, with a human skeleton lying beside it. The human is holding a lever-action rifle with a couple of ammo boxes and a locked safe. It looks like whoever this was, they were armed and ready. But ready for what? Why is there a dinosaur skeleton here in the first place? The only other T-Rex in the game is on display at the Museum of History in the Capital Wasteland. That one makes sense, it's a pre-war exhibit. This one is out in the middle of the ocean, with no signs of transport gear, museum crates, or excavation equipment. If it did fall off a boat or something similar, wouldn't there be signs of that wreckage or the transport equipment? Plus, who the hell is this guy? There's no official explanation, there's no holotapes or logs, nothing that even hints about this little find. I know what you're thinking, it's just an Easter egg. And even though that's probably true, it's still in the game. It's now officially part of the canon. There are theories that this is a result of a weird pre-war experiment, or maybe part of a lost cargo shipment that went down in the storm. The human skeleton makes things a little more strange though. Was this person a smuggler, a museum thief trying to escape with a black market relic, or were they hunting this thing? And then there's the weirder angle. Point Lookout is full of strange cults, hallucinations, and swamp magic. Some believe the island has a way of bending reality, bringing dreams or even memories to life. If that's the case, maybe this T-Rex wasn't real at all. Maybe it's just the lone wanderer experiencing something unexplainable. Whatever the reason, the submerged T-Rex is one of Fallout's weirdest underwater secrets. Just a giant prehistoric corpse and a dead man with a rifle, forever trapped at the bottom of the ocean, with probably a crazy story to tell. This is probably one of the creepiest underwater places in the entire game. I pretty much wrote this entire video because of this location. The thought of it just freaks me out. Off the coast of Far Harbor, southwest of Fringe Cove Docks, you'll find a sunken boat. This isn't a new thing for Fallout. Lots of boats have been sunk since the bombs fell. I mean, this whole video is full of them. But this one in particular is very strange. It's full of mannequins everywhere, some floating to the surface, others stuck inside the boat. Some are sitting, some are standing, and one is even holding a wooden board like it's guarding the others. They're arranged in stiff human-like positions, facing each other like they're frozen mid-conversation, or maybe mid-ritual. They tend to pop out at you, it seems like. You can even find one in the cargo containers inside of a casket. But if this isn't weird enough for you, there's more. Inside the captain's cabin, you can find a note labeled "These Mannequins." It says, "I can't wait to drop these damn mannequins off. The crew's starting to claim that they're hearing weird noises from the cargo. Maybe they're just playing pranks on me. Whatever, we're almost there." Then nothing. No follow-up and no explanation about what happened once they reached their destination, if they ever did. And that's where the theories start. Some people think the mannequins are part of a prank gone wrong, a crew joking about haunted cargo until things got too real. Others believe mannequins are somehow alive or possessed. And if you didn't know, ghosts are real and confirmed in Fallout. We actually made an entire video on them. And the mannequins make it into that one as well. You should go check it out if you want to learn more about it. It's genuinely surprising how paranormal Fallout gets. So was this a ghost ship, a smuggler's joke, or something even darker? Was the crew pranking the captain because he didn't like the mannequins? Or were there actual sounds being made in those containers? It seems that the oceans in Fallout are filled with more than just monsters and mutants. There's an underwater hatch near the FMS Northern Star that you'll miss unless you're deliberately exploring the ocean floor. If you follow the large pipeline running from the coast into the water, you'll eventually reach a rusted hatch that's built into a piece of old industrial wreckage. But with a lot of this stuff underwater, most of it's uninteractable. This one, though, is different. You can open the hatch. Inside is a small pressurized chamber with a single skeleton slumped against the wall next to a first aid kit. Nothing in there really explains who they were or why they were sealed inside. It's completely isolated and abandoned. The entire area is unmarked, meaning most people won't ever see it unless they go looking. And to be honest, the entire underwater exploration system in Fallout 4 isn't that great. It feels mostly half-finished and kind of purposeless. There's no official lore tied to this hatch, but it sparked plenty of theories. Some think it was an emergency refuge that failed, maybe for a deep-sea diver or a welder. Others suspect it was meant to be connected to the cut content involving Vault 120, the one that we talked about earlier. But we have no data on that or files suggesting it really. But this reminds me a lot of the Caribbean diving disaster, where a group of 5 divers working for the Paria Fuel Trading Company were sucked into a pipeline from a hyperbaric chamber. One diver managed to crawl to safety and sought help, but the other 4 were left to die, and that's exactly what happened. This guy probably had a horrible death. He probably sat in here waiting for help or for anyone. Maybe it happened after the bombs fell and he had no idea, spending days wondering why no one was coming for him. Then they probably suffocated when the air ran out, or maybe the water finally breached. It's truly a terrifying experience to imagine. Just a body under the sea, locked away with no answers. For the last segment, I wanted to include something that's relatively new to the series. I might do an entire video for this thing, but I figured we would include him because he fits so well. Anyways, don't expect like a crazy deep dive on this guy. We barely have any info of him at the moment. In Fallout 76 Gone Fission update, at the Fisherman's Rest in Appalachia, you'll encounter one of the most mysterious characters in the series now, the Fisherman. He looks almost amphibian, scaled skin, warped posture, webbed fingers. He's not hostile, he's just there, quietly selling bait, recipes, and fishing gear, while standing next to a sunken boat and a man named Captain Raymond Clark. He can't be harmed, and he won't engage in combat. No official background is given. Bethesda has confirmed nothing about his origins. Captain Clark just calls him a swell fella, but avoids giving any real answers.
He's some kind of a... He's a swell fella. He just looks a little different from you and I is all.
The two of them live in isolation, and you're left to piece together the scraps of context, including a few strange ones. There are holotapes left by Captain Clark scattered around the area, and they show signs that something is tampered with his memory.
Ever since I washed up on these shores, my mind's felt more and more adrift. I'm hoping this might be a way to keep me anchored. My name is Captain Raymond Clark. My father was a bosun, and so was his father before him. My mother's name was Deirdre, and she had long flaxen hair. This is foolish. How do I stop this thing?
His dialogue is vague and sometimes confused, which reminds a lot of people about the same tone and structure of recordings found in the Dunwich building back in Fallout 3. Which would actually occur later in the future, but you know what I mean. The Dunwich building is heavily tied to supernatural elements and hinted at the presence of an entity known as the Interloper. Well, if you look around the area, you'll find something called the Deep Note, a visual log tied to the update. The picture shows a shadowy figure looming over an obelisk, just like the ones tied to Dunwich lore. This connection has people going crazy with speculation that the fisherman isn't a mutant or a science experiment, but something older and more Lovecraftian. Some people believe he might be a deep one, a nod to H.P. Lovecraft's hybrid sea-dwelling race from The Shadow over Innsmouth. His appearance, behavior, and location all align with that concept. The fisherman seems to be connected to the interloper as well. In the Lucky Hole mine where the interloper can be found, we can see that there's a bunch of fish around it now. So he's either feeding it or offering it gifts. If you're confused on what the interloper is, it's an ancient unexplained entity linked to the cult of the Dunwich Borers. It's a pulsating fleshy mass surrounded by strange obelisks and whispering voices. It mirrors the supernatural horror of the Dunwich building in Fallout 3 and appears tied to the dark rituals, hallucinations, and possibly Lovecraftian influence. Some think it's an alien. It's a whole thing. But if you buy into this theory, Fisherman's Rest isn't a vendor stop. It's a corner of Appalachia where something cosmic and aquatic is slowly surfacing. But Bethesda hasn't confirmed any of this. In a developer AMA, they refuse to say whether the fisherman is related to Mirelurks or Lake Lurks, because a lot of people think it looks a lot like the Lake Lurks, which, let's be honest, it kinda does. But they said they want the mystery to unfold naturally, if at all. And that's consistent with how they've always treated the Dunwich storyline. Hints at the background horror, but never fully explained, which in my opinion is what makes the entire thing more scary. If they start explaining the Lovecraftian stuff more and including it fully into the games, it might ruin that mysterious feeling that we get with all of it. What we do know is that this guy is definitely connected to the oceans or aquatic things in general. However that turns out, we'll just have to wait and see.
I think he wants to use them. Don't worry yourself about the particulars, friend. You just bring us back 3 fish and be snappy about it.
Like I said in the beginning, there's a lot of stories I probably missed. So if you want to see them, then leave them down below and maybe I'll feature them in the next one. I appreciate you guys watching, and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and I'll see you in the next.
Look, Herbert, he's back. I told you.
Mark Twain once said, religion was invented when the first con men met the first fool. Cults in Fallout have existed since the beginning of the series. People worshipping trees, giant talking rats, and groups that believe their salvation lies off-world. I bet some of you didn't know that Caesar's Legion strictly follows the remnants of a past religion. It gets really weird, and I wanted to explore the worst, or at least the most committed groups in the Fallout series. And trust me, I know a thing or two about these groups. Some might even call me an expert. I've lived in Utah my entire life. Also, if you could like and sub, I'd appreciate it. Please drink my Kool-Aid and enjoy. The Tree Minders are a small, reclusive cult living in Oasis, which is a lush patch of greenery hidden in the capital wasteland. They're centered around the worship of Harold, who's a mutant infected with the FEV. He has a massive tree named Bob growing out of his body. Quick fun fact that probably everyone knows at this point, Harold's actually been around in Fallout for a long time. He was a ghoul you could meet in Fallout 2. Anyways, over the years, the tree completely overtook him, rooting Harold in place and turning the surrounding area into a rare pocket of life. It feels super different than anything else you'll find in the capital wasteland. It's pretty crazy to see for the first time. This transformation drew attention from curious people, but one in particular, Tree Father Birch. He saw it as something sacred. He formed the Tree Minders to protect Harold, calling him the Great One and seeing him as sort of a divine being, whose growth needed to be shielded from the corrupt world outside. As time passed, Oasis attracted more people who had either heard about it or stumbled on it while wandering. Some even claimed they were drawn by Harold's presence. The Tree Minders eventually became a small community devoted to guarding Harold and making sure no outsiders could use him for their own gain. But even though trees and grass grow here, the area's water is still irradiated, which Birch believes is a reminder of their past lives in the world that they came from. Later on, a divide had formed within the group. Tree Father Birch wanted to keep Harold's influence contained, afraid that if it spread beyond Oasis, it would be destroyed. He came up with a plan to apply a sap to Harold's heart to limit further growth. On the other hand, Leaf Mother Laurel believed Harold's growth was a gift meant for the entire wasteland. She wanted to use a special liniment to speed up his expansion, hoping it would bring life back to the rest of the world. The only one who wanted to stop all of this was Harold himself. For decades, he's been stuck in one place, bored out of his mind, unable to do anything but think. The tree minders see his pleas for help as mystical riddles, and they ignore his actual request to end his life. He even had them do things like sing or stand on their heads for fun, but that eventually wore off. Then, Harold sensed the arrival of the Lone Wanderer and allowed them into Oasis, hoping someone neutral would finally hear him out. He blocked access to his heart with his roots until the Wanderer agreed to speak with him. What happens after depended entirely on your choice. You could stop his growth, speed it up, or just end his suffering. Becoming a tree minder isn't something that happens overnight. Only a small number of people are ever allowed to join, and outsiders are almost always turned away from Oasis, unless Harold personally decides to let someone in, like the Lone Wanderer. Earning the title of tree minder takes years of commitment to their beliefs, rituals, and way of life. Out of respect, they refuse to speak Harold's name directly, calling him the one who grows, the one who gives, and the one who guides. They struggle to actually listen to what Harold wants though, as we know. Joining the group involves a simple initiation ritual. The new member drinks a special sap meant to cleanse the body and mind of anything that could harm Harold. The sap causes sensory distortions, and tree minders gather around the central pavilion to chant a long prayer, asking for destructive spirits to leave the body and fade from existence in the name of Harold's divine presence. It's meant to protect both the new initiate and the god tree from negative influences. As a group, the tree minders have mostly abandoned technology, believing it caused the ruin of the world. They rely on nature as much as possible, seeing it as a way to stay in harmony with Harold, but they still recognize that the wasteland is dangerous. So they're willing to use guns and other gear when absolutely necessary, but only as a last resort. Their hierarchy is pretty simple. Tree Father and Leaf Mother share leadership and are responsible for upholding Harold's teachings. Below them are the Branch Tenders who guard Oasis, Bloom Seers who act as healers and spiritual guides, and Saplings who are still in training. Leadership is meant to be balanced, which is why the current disagreement between Birch and Laurel has caused such a rift. Both technically have equal authority. I'm sure nothing could go wrong with that system. In my opinion, these people aren't so bad. Ignoring Harold is probably their worst flaw. Dude doesn't want to be stuck as a tree forever, of course. But the rest of their beliefs are fairly simple and harmless in my opinion. Safeguarding nature is admirable, but also gatekeeping it isn't great either. The Harold dilemma is pretty interesting though, one of the few choices in Fallout 3 where you might actually have to think for a moment. What did you guys do with him? I think a lot of people might overlook the Sorrows when talking about these types of groups, but I definitely think they needed to be here. In case you haven't played the New Vegas DLC Honest Hearts, the Sorrows are a pacifist tribe that lives in Zion Canyon, Utah. They arrived there in 2123. 24 children, none older than about 14, found shelter in the canyon after escaping a place they called the School. They spoke a broken mix of English, and they scared one another with stories about a figure known only as the Principal. We've talked a bit about this guy on the channel before, some creepy stuff. Less than a year after they settled in the Narrows, gifts began turning up in their camp. At first, they had things like storybooks, later medical guides, and weapon manuals better suited to survival. Each bundle came with a note signed The Father, urging the children to read and stay kind and defend one another, and treat Zion as a place meant to balance all the sorrows humanity had caused. The mysterious benefactor was Randall Dean Clark, a retired US soldier who had lived alone in Zion since the war. Clark stayed out of sight because he feared the children would feel let down if their guardian spirit turned out to be an injured old man. As his health failed, he left a final set of letters, one for each child, then left completely, promising to keep watch from a distance. Over the next 157 years, the story of the father shaped every part of the Sorrows culture. Inspired by his apology, they chose Sorrows as their tribal name and searched the canyon's caves for signs of him. When a tribe member died in a trap Clark had set decades earlier, the Sorrows took it as a punishment for prying into sacred ground. From that point on, they banned entry to any cave or pre-war structure, a rule that remains a core taboo of their faith. The Sorrows are deeply connected to nature and their way of life reflects that. They aren't an aggressive tribe, but not fully pacifist either. Their coming-of-age ritual involves hunting and killing a Yao Guai, then crafting its paw into a tribe signature Yao Guai gauntlet. It's a dangerous trial meant to show strength and survival. And even though they can fight well, the Sorrows are known for their compassion. They mourn every loss, even the deaths of their enemies like the Whitelegs. Around their camp, geckos wander freely, meaning the Sorrows might have learned to tame or coexist with them. Every member of the tribe wears a tattoo of the Virgin River, symbolizing their connection to Zion. That river and nature as a whole is essential to how they see themselves. A well-known legend in their culture is the ghost of She. According to the story, a young girl from the tribe once wandered into a cave where a Yao Guai was sleeping. She died before receiving her name, so her spirit was believed to remain trapped, restless and always wandering. Hunters tried to kill the beast that took her, but none succeeded. Eventually, the tribe's shaman said the girl and the Yaogwai had become one, her spirit now fused with the creature, forever haunting the land. The caves where the father once lived are sacred, and stepping into them is considered a serious taboo, as we know. The Sorrows believe those who enter are taken from the world. To prevent intrusions, they mark cave entrances with white handprints as a warning. Lately, the Sorrows have come into contact with the new Canaanites. A missionary named Daniel has been trying to convert them to Mormonism for about 6 years. Some have responded to his teachings, mostly because of similarities between their beliefs and his, but Daniel hasn't fully understood why his message hasn't taken hold the way he hoped. The Sorrows continue to follow their old ways while slowly absorbing some of the new. This one will be quick, but I have no doubt you've run into this little group before. The pillars of the community present themselves as a fast-growing movement in the Commonwealth. Their missionaries hand out flyers to nearby settlements, inviting anyone who wants a better life to visit the Charles View Amphitheater and to learn the truth about the world's troubles. At the center of it all is Brother Thomas, who greets every newcomer, travels to settlements to recruit, and urges fresh converts to surrender their worldly possessions as the first step towards salvation. Classic. But really, the pillars are a straight up scam. Thomas and his followers lure people to the amphitheater and then threaten to kill anyone who refuses to hand over their belongings. Locals are sick of the racket. Ham even kicked Thomas out of the third rail in Good Neighbor for pestering patrons. The cult's schemes reached new heights when Thomas kidnapped Imogene Cabot after she argued with him about joining. Thanks to the strange serum she uses, it took the entire cult to restrain her and lock her up. And as you know, the Cabot family eventually hires the sole survivor to track her down and bring her home. Like most cults in the real world, this one pretty much follows the handbook word for word. These guys use the religion to lure in desperate people and then take advantage of them. Too bad they end up running into the crazed psycho user known as the sole survivor later on. Hubbology was founded before the Great War by a man named Dick Hubble. Fed up with the state of the government, religion, and medicine, he drew his inspiration from the music of the time and his own supposed encounters with extraterrestrials. His goal was to guide humanity through something he called the Great Wheel of Life. To his followers, Hubble became known as the Hub, chosen by the Starfather to lead them to a place called Quetzal. He also claimed to have invented a device called the Zeta Ray Emitter, which supposedly removed neurodynes from the brain and helped unlock a person's true potential. Critics in the media and scientific community dismissed Hubbology as pseudoscience and called it dangerous. The group was forced underground for a while, but they fought back by infiltrating organizations that were against them and creating television programs aimed at exposing what they saw as government lies. After surviving the Great War, what they call the Great Deluge, Hubbologists took it as confirmation that the Great Wheel was real and that Hubble's teachings were correct. Today, everything Hubble wrote is treated as sacred, whether it's a sci-fi novel or even something crazy like his grocery list. According to Hubbology, the universe once existed in perfect harmony. Body, mind, and spirit were unified in all living things, and the level of technology was beyond anything imaginable. This golden age ended with the rise of Thrakazog, the Pothole, a person who introduced the idea that mind and body were separate from the spirit. Are you guys keeping up with this? Hello, wake up. Okay, I'll spare you from hearing about the absolute deepest lore in this religion. Hubbology teaches that all life moves along the Great Wheel of Life. At the center of the wheel is Dick Hubble, aka the Hub, and not that Hub, guys. This is the Dick Hub. Get it together. With his followers on the spokes and everyone else pushed to the rim, people who reject the Hub's teachings are called the rim meat because they're seen as obstacles the wheel grinds over without understanding how it works. Aliens are also a major part of the belief system. In fact, the Hubbologists in San Francisco were trying to fix a pre-war space shuttle so that they can leave Earth and join the Starfather on a planet. Their end goal is to erase all mental restraints, gain godlike awareness, return to Earth, eliminate neurodynes, and guide humanity to its full potential under their leadership. A key part of Hubbologist belief centers around these neurodynes, which are the body's psychic nodes, similar to chakras. According to Hubbology, these are contaminated at birth by spiritual debris from those killed in the Great War. These leftover psi energies trap people in a state of spiritual weakness. To fix this, Hubbologists use a process called alignment, where a controlled dose of zeta radiation is aimed at the brain to burn away these negative imprints. People who haven't been cleansed are seen as toxic influences and should be avoided. Do you know how you get cleansed? You pay for it. Alignment is done at Hubbology centers, and members progress through ranks as aligned hub seekers, or AHS, gaining more spiritual power with each level. I know this gets confusing, try to just follow along, it is crazy. The final goal is the uplifting, when the Starfather calls all worthy Hubbologists to Quetzal. Anyone who's shown genuine commitment to the hub's teachings, regardless of their AHS rank, is promised a place among their alien brothers and a spot closer to the center of the Great Wheel. Members earn a numerical rank based on their level of dedication and progress. The leader of the group holds the title of AHS 9, the highest rank among living members. The second in command is usually selected from the top tiers, often someone ranked AHS 7 or higher who has access to the cult's most guarded teachings. Security and guards are usually ranked at AHS 4s. As a follower continues to rise in knowledge and spiritual connection, they can eventually move beyond AHS 9 and become enlightened, fully integrated into the Great Wheel. Some of the enlightened are believed to leave the physical world behind entirely, while others stay behind to help guide others towards the same level of understanding. According to Hubology, anyone who claims to be enlightened on their own is by definition not. True enlightenment comes without self-declaration. The Hubologists really remind me of a specific group in real life.
Stop wasting my time, Smoothskin. Go waste Jason's.
The Bright Brotherhood is a cult made up of mostly ghouls, along with one human who fully believes he is a ghoul. They're led by Jason Bright, a glowing one who's managed to avoid going feral. He claims to receive visions from the Creator and has built a small community preparing for their great journey, which is a rocket-powered trip to the far beyond. A radioactive promised land he believes is waiting for them. It's pretty similar to the Hubologists. The Brotherhood has been around since before 2279. Though when or where it started isn't really clear. Their goal is to escape the dangers of the wasteland and the prejudice they face from humans. Most of their beliefs come directly from Bright's visions, which he treats as divine instruction. While he's open to people questioning his mission, he doesn't try to convert skeptics, including the Courier or Harland. Chris Haversam is a human who showed up at the Repcon test site around 2279, thinking that he was a ghoul. Despite everyone telling him otherwise, he refused to believe he was still human. He became the Brotherhood's only non-ghoul member, but he's not allowed to join the Great Journey, which Bright said is the Creator's will. Still, Bright believed Chris and the Courier were sent by the Creator to help the ghouls as a form of redemption for humanity's cruelty. For his efforts, Chris was honored as a saint within the group. The Brotherhood's plan to reach the far beyond involves restoring Repcon's rockets and launching into space. They were close to making it work when a group of Night Kittens stormed the building looking for a shipment of Stealth Boys. These Stealth Boys had actually been rerouted before the war. Using stealth tech, the Night Kitten caught the ghouls off guard. Many of the Brotherhood took refuge on the upper floors, believing that they were under attack by demons. Davison, the super mutant leader, took over the intercom and warned them to stay out of the basement while the Nightkin continued their search. Even with the rockets mostly functional, the Brotherhood still needed working thrusters and proper fuel. If the Courier clears out the Nightkin, the ghouls can move forward with their launch plans, and they gather at their sacred site in the Repcon basement to prepare for the Great Journey. Then they go. You can also help Chris sabotage the mission, which makes the rockets go off course and explode, or you help it go smoothly, which it doesn't really go smoothly in that case either. Even though they're a non-violent religious group, the Bright Brotherhood is heavily armed. Most of its members carry energy weapons, including plasma defenders, laser RCWs, and recharger rifles. The Brotherhood mostly keeps to itself, because they shelter feral ghouls and face constant discrimination. They're generally not welcome in human settlements, where ferals are often attacked on sight, which of course they would be. You can even find some Bright followers dead across the Mojave, but their deaths aren't really clear. At the end of New Vegas, there's a slide that says some of the members of the Brotherhood eventually returned from their great journey and helped Novak rebuild its defenses after the Second Battle of the Hoover Dam. But we don't know where or what that journey ended up being. The Renewal cult is based in Gecko. Their symbol is the Ankh, and members wear Ankh-shaped talismans as part of their belief system. Renewal was founded by a mole rat that gained intelligence after being exposed to FEV. It took the name The Brain and started working towards its goal of world domination. And yes, this probably is a reference to Pinky and the Brain. Brain aimed to form an alliance between Gecko and Vault City, offering power from Gecko's reactor.
Everybody, it is Maddie here today. We're past the halfway point of 2025, and so I was thinking it's a good time to reflect. Let's look at some of the good times of 2025 so far. The main reason I wanted to do this video is I thought it was a great opportunity to spotlight some games I've been messing around with that I either haven't made videos on or I have made a video on, but it was just impressions and I really haven't updated since. So ladies and gentlemen, let's just dive into some really good stuff here in 2025. The best games so far, and I want to hear from you. What are your favorite games in 2025 so far? What games should I play? What games have I missed? fire away down below. It's just been a tremendous year, and it feels like everywhere I look, there's just something calling my attention that I want to play, but looks like it's 100 hours. I'm talking about you, Fantasy Life. God, I want to play you so bad. It looks like the perfect game for me, but as I'll get into in a little bit, there's a game I'm playing that's over 100 hours long that I'm just finishing up now, and it's like, man, I don't know if I got the time for another 100-hour epic, but we'll talk. Let's open things up with a developer that I think has had a pretty fantastic year, quietly so, and that's Rebellion. They made Atomfall this year, and as a Fallout fan, yeah, this speaks to a lot of my sensibilities in the terms of its world, this post-apocalyptic nuclear situation. Like, yeah, it speaks to me, no doubt about it. It's got a retro future vibe, of course, but I really love how much this game just trusts player intelligence and has no waypoints, a lot of things for you to read, a lot of narrative for you to piece together on your own, stories tucked away absolutely everywhere, but also a game that deeply respects your time. This is something that's becoming a rarity in today's industry. Every game wants to be your only game. Every game wants to function as a black hole and suck you away from other games. And part of the strategy behind that is making really long games. I love a good game that, and I'm not even saying this because, oh, you're getting older, I'm busy. I play a lot of games, but I just love a good self-aware game that knows, hey, we don't need you here for 20, 30, 40, 50 hours to accomplish what we want to accomplish here. We're going to keep you for a nice, crispy 12 to 15. It's going to be a really good time. You can replay it if you want. Otherwise, go on and get out of here. And that's exactly what Atomfall is. It's a solid, post-apocalyptic feeling, first-person shooter with an intriguing narrative that trusts your intelligence. It gets in, gets the job done, gets you out of there, and it's one of my favorite games of the year. Cannot recommend it enough, whether it's a palate cleanser or just something that you've had an itch that you need scratched for a while. Like for me, it was Fallout. I've been craving that Fallout experience, and man, did this game really deliver that. But this wasn't the only game Rebellion put out this year. You see, what's interesting about Atomfall as Rebellion's most successful game ever is that a lot of it is an asset flip of what you saw in Sniper Elite. And I was already a huge Sniper Elite fan. I've played every entry of this series, and yeah, they really haven't changed much, but if it's not broken, don't fix it, and that's what Sniper Elite is. So Sniper Elite Resistance came out this year. It's a spin-off. It's got a new protagonist, and yeah, it's more Sniper Elite goodness, more shooting Nazis in the nutsack. I can get down with that any day of the week. The X-ray kill cams are awesome. The level design is much more open like it has been since really Sniper Elite 4, and because of that, you get this sandboxy feel. It's still the same gimmicks like, oh, let me kick a generator, sound mask my shots, but that sense of timing and stealth and openness just works so well for me, and these maps have tons and tons of objectives now for you to do, a lot of them optional, so it kind of is up to you how long you want to spend with this game. It's about 9 or 10 missions long, nothing too crazy. Again, Rebellion's just really good at knowing what these games need to be, but there's the extra component that was first introduced in Sniper Elite 5 that I absolutely adored. It's back here in Sniper Elite Resistance, and it's the Sniper Jaeger feature. Think of invasions from the From Software games where you're exploring the level, you have this plan, and all of a sudden another player shows up and ruins your fun time. That's happening, except it's in these massive levels in Sniper Elite where you're getting stalked by another player sniper. And when my friend and I are like poking around looking for this super weapon, trying to defuse it, trying to take it out, and all of a sudden you see you've been invaded by a Sniper Jaeger. Oh my god, dude, it completely flips the whole mission on its head. You don't know where exactly this person is. You feel exposed constantly. It just adds a great dynamic to it. Truly a tremendous feature that I know has been done before, but it is right at home here in Sniper Elite. So even though Sniper Elite Resistance probably won't make my Game of the Year list, I mean, it's kind of the same thing I've been playing since Sniper Elite V2. I'm okay with it being that. I just really love this series. Both these games are also on Game Pass, so if you're interested in either of them and you are subscribed there, you should give them a look. They're both just so good. And again, Sniper Elite, full co-op, a really good time with friends. I cannot recommend it enough. So just wanted to shout out a couple of what I felt were like hidden gems there. The other game I wanted to shout out is one that I did do impressions over on Retro Rebound after like 10 hours, and I thought when I was picking this game up that I was getting into something that would not be 100+ hours long. And that is 100 Line Last Defense Academy. My GOAT, Kazutaka Kodaka, is back with a Danganronpa-like experience, except it's a tactics RPG game as well. And it is such a roller coaster, like truly the definition of a roller coaster. This game starts off as a tactics RPG, and then by hour 100, which is where I'm at now, it is a full visual novel. The game lets you skip most of the fights because you've seen them all already. You're jumping routes, seeing these characters do all sorts of things, whether it's killing one another or investigating a really interesting mystery involving like the Box of Calamity. But I really think this is one of the most impressive narrative games I've played. Again, not every narrative you experience in the game's 20+ routes is, oh my god, incredible. Some of them are just good. Some are fantastic though. But what's most impressive to me is how much Kodaka and his team got out of this cast of characters, out of this world, out of this universe, because as someone who's put so much time into it, I keep thinking, you're probably going on too long. You've likely run out of things to do. And there are certain moments I certainly feel strong about that. But every time I start to feel that way, it pulls me back in. I don't just put 100+ hours into anything, but as someone who loves the Danganronpa series with their heart and soul from 2014 to 2017, just a tremendous time for me, Mr. Matty, to be playing some Danganronpa. But after that, Kodaka goes off on his own. He starts off Tukio Games, and he ends up making a lot of games that just didn't vibe with me. World's End Club did not vibe with me. I thought Rain Code was an interesting game, but it felt like it was one step away from what Kodaka was already making in these kind of personalized murder mystery games where you care about these characters and then they get ripped away from you. Except in Rain Code, you were just investigating random people dying, so there was no personal investment, in my opinion. There were some creative murders, but not the emotionality I needed. So finally, we see 100 Line Last Defense Academy, and it's like back to basics. Fourth wall breaking writing, some of those ridiculous one-liners like wrestling characters referencing Edge and Christian breaking up, all the way to referencing their own material. Like, it's a absolutely wild video game, but it's one of my favorites of this year. No doubt it'll be in my top 10 by the time this year is all said and done. I just feel like it's a journey, and it's coming to a close very soon, but man, do I just enjoy what Kodaka brings to the table. This next one, I know a lot of people saw in the trailers and they went, hey, this looks cheap. This sucks. Just give us a AAA TMNT game. And I'm with you in the sense that I want a AAA TMNT game, but I also don't want the TMNT license to give up on its kind of arcadey roots. And so while I always envisioned TMNT's first dive into true turn-based combat to be more team-oriented, more about all four turtles, TMNT Tactical Takedown is a really good time. I gotta say, it's a quick 10-hour game. It's just about, what, $15 to $20. And as a Ninja Turtle fan who has played literally every Ninja Turtle game ever, I enjoy what this game brings to the table. It kind of reminds me of playing a board game. Every turtle plays a little bit differently. Like Michelangelo focuses more on speed and kind of swapping himself with certain spots on the board with other enemies. Raphael really is all about like going all in on attacks, using his rage, powering up. Donatello's all about setting traps and luring enemies into them. Like, they all have their own distinct feel, and the story is solid enough to pull you along across like 5 acts. But I thought overall this was a good time. Like, it's not gonna be your favorite game of the year, but I think for the Ninja Turtle license, I was there when it went through a really dark time. The Michael Bay films and the Out of the Shadows game from 2012 that I still kind of dig because it is the closest we ever got to an Arkham-style TMNT game, but it's so buggy and broken that it's just my TMNT fandom speaking when I say I really like the game. But it's all been tie-in games, and now we're seeing a real renaissance of great TMNT games. Hell, even the tie-in game Mutants Unleashed does have like full-on Persona social links, and it's not perfect, it's kind of flawed, but it's still interesting to see how far TMNT games are going. And so I hope we do get that AAA Last Ronin game, no doubt about it. It's my favorite comic ever, but I do enjoy me some Tactical Takedown. I actually ended up finishing Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. It is a game that in its first act, I really, really loved. Its second act, I thought was pretty good, and its third act, I was just ready to be done with it. It is still a great game, but if it held to the strengths of the first act, I'd be really raving about it. Still, I think if you are an Elder Scrolls fan, you might be interested in this one. It is proudly called itself Indie Skyrim, and I think that's really accurate. For me, what really got me out of this game and not loving it as much was the third act fall off, particularly in combat balancing. I retweaked my character multiple times to try to find a way around these spongy enemies that seem to hit like a bus. It didn't feel that great, and I knew this was just a product of how this game was in early access, where Act 1 feels perfect. It's so good. But then you can feel things just loosen up as each act in the game progresses onward and it gets less and less polished. It's a lot like, I hate to say it, Baldur's Gate 3 when it first came out. Baldur's Gate 3 in its early access area, oh, they spent so much time tinkering in there. That's why it's a full game unto itself. But then you get to Act 2 and 3, again, launch state, and Baldur's Gate 3 starts to untangle a bit. By Act 3, it was really buggy for me. I was like, whoa, this is our game of the year. I mean, it was still my game of the year, but I was like, damn, man, this is some crazy shit here. So, yeah, Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon isn't as good as Baldur's Gate 3, but it falls prey to, I think, its own development cycle. So it really starts out strong. I still ended up enjoying it enough to recommend it. Definitely one of my favorites of the year, but I wish I could be out here, like, championing it big time. Same thing kind of goes for Oblivion Remastered. Now it's got this new update. I'm excited to try it out. It's got the difficulty adjustments, crash fixes are there, performance fixes are there. This seems like the one myself and many others were really waiting for. But still, it's just amazing this game exists. Just as a huge BGS fan, to finally see this company leaning into remasters, giving the fans what they want. That's all I ever really wanted. Like, yes, bring this back. I do want to pay for it. Happily so. And it appears that many others do. It's one of the best-selling games of the year. It's one of the best games of all time. And it looks better than ever. So I'm just really enjoying me some Oblivion Remastered again, finally. But I have to be honest, even though I ended up stopping my playthrough because of bugs and crashes, I will say that starting and re-experiencing, even though I just played the game again last year and the year before that, like I play this game constantly, restarting it in this sort of new coat of paint, I'll always remember that feeling of the stream, the shadow drop, diving straight in and playing for like 8 hours that day. Incredible. You know, I did the not smart business move and waited days to make my video about it, but I don't care, man. Like, it's just, I got a chance to
heard it in the reaction. That's crazy. I did not have that recording at all.
RPGs make you feel like you're born with a destiny. In others, you're just a regular person in an extraordinary world, trying to survive and make something of yourself. Today, we're looking at 11 best single-player RPGs where you start as a nobody. Kingdom Come: Deliverance isn't the polished high fantasy of games like Skyrim or The Witcher, where magic and destiny shape your path. It's rooted in history, built for players who want to feel what it's like to be ordinary.
I'm done. I'm not reacting to any more shit. Hell no.
Nowadays, Fallout
Damn, so okay. Yeah. I knew it before. Bro.
left for his son is
What